Bonjour Sébastien, et je vais faire quelques tours comme accent. Oh, bonjour Sébastien, et je vais faire quelques tours comme accent. Comme accent. Bonjour Sébastien, et je vais faire quelques tours comme accent.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the November 4th, 2024 Jobs and Economic Development Council Committee meeting. My name is Malcolm Graham, Chairman of the committee, and I'd like to wish everyone a happy November, day before the election. So we got a little bit of work to do, and so let's get started by having everyone in the room introduce themselves, and we'll start with my far left.
Thank you, Jeff Brown, assisted Levine Properties.
Daniel Molina with Levine Properties.
Mike Wilson with Northwood Raven.
Sis Gordon, Economic Development.
Miss Holly.
Holly Esther, I'm sorry, Economic Development.
Shaloya, City Attorney's Office. Danielle Frazier, Officer Workforce Development.
Nan Peterson, Planning.
Thanks, and then we'll start with the dais to my far left.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Chairman.
James Mitchell, Vice Chair.
Tara Bakari, Committee Member.
James Carter, Economic Development.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
Do we have any council members or staff joining us virtually, if they can introduce themselves at this time? We do not? All right, so we have a pretty light agenda, but very interesting agenda, 2 agenda items, and I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager Tracy Dodson to introduce the first agenda item, and we'll get to work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Molina.
Oh, there she is. Yep.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Molina. You want to introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Councilman Molina, committee member.
Thank you. Ms. Dodson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we want to talk and introduce the committee to this Providence Square project. We've been having a couple of conversations with the development team. This is a fairly large project in its vision. There have also been some conversations on the county side, so we're trying to make sure that we can be as consistent between city and county in terms of timing and the conversations as possible. So wanted to, again, introduce it to you all today, get any initial feedback as we continue the conversations with the development team. And with that, I will turn it over to Todd, and then we'll talk a little bit on business recruitment after that.
Great. Thank you, Tracy. So just before we get started, next slide, please. This is for introduction only. We are not seeking any committee action today, so please provide any feedback you have, ask any questions. We'll come back to you with any answers we can come up with at the time. So what we're talking about today is a potential public-private partnership opportunity located about 7 miles southeast of Center City. It's located near the intersection of Providence Lane and Providence Road and Sardis Lane, which you can't really see the words here, but you have Providence Road running north and south through the site, and then Old Providence Road as it cuts off Sardis Lane to the north of the area shaded in pink. And then to the south of that area shaded in pink is the McAlpine Creek and McAlpine Creek Greenway. The areas that are shaded represent 3 different rezonings, and they are coordinated rezonings. And this is something that while each development team is separate in its entity, we're looking at them in a little bit more holistically, just because of the impact that they would have in the community and the impact that they would have in terms of helping serve some of the public benefits that would be coming out of these 3 projects. The coordinated rezonings do offer a unique opportunity to revitalize about 113 acres along Providence Road. The proposed mixed income housing and increased walkability and accessibility to new commercial uses also helps further the city's objectives around 10-minute neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Just a little bit more of a deeper dive into the redevelopment and each of the different petitions, the pending rezonings right now. Again, the coordinated rezoning, starting with the top right, the Levine Properties, sits on about 85 acres. It would include a mix of uses, including grocery, retail, and office, comprising about 225,000 square feet of non-residential there, in addition to indoor recreation and daycare facility at about 28,000 feet. Then 125 units of townhomes, 108 units of workforce housing, which would be available to households earning up to 80% of AMI, and then rounding it out with about 880 units of market rate multifamily. What's interesting to note here is that if you drive by, if you're familiar with the site, there are existing residents, or there are existing units on the site, about 473. Starting in 2023, they actually, Levine Properties worked with the residents who were living there at the time, which was about 400 residents who were living there, to relocate them to more higher quality housing. One of the things that they were trying to do on this project was actually refurbish and rehab some of the units, but after further exploration decided that just really wasn't going to be the best option for the residents or new residents, as well as for the project itself. So again, all existing residents were relocated. The development will be a replacement of deteriorated buildings with a new mixed-use pedestrian-oriented village. Something to note, in the white area, you see lightly shaded gray areas. So those areas will be existing buildings that will remain. One of those is about a 19,000-foot indoor recreation facility. And then there'll be another 80,000 feet of commercial space. The remainder of the white area is not yet fully programmed, but likely, some type of multifamily or some mixed-use housing or mixed use along the way. The Northwood Raven, sitting on about 20 acres, which would include 95 units of townhomes and 650 market rate multifamily units. Horizon Development Properties sits on 8 acres. They're looking to do 75 units of affordable housing, which would be available to 30 to 60% of AMI, and then 305 units of market rate multifamily. Next slide, please. When we talk about public-private partnerships, we frequently discuss needing to think about the bigger picture, not just about where we put our investment or what we're investing in on these projects, whether that's a road, whether it's public parking. The justification for us to participate in these projects isn't necessarily the reason for us to participate in these projects. And this is a great representation of one of those projects that really allows us to think bigger and more broadly about what is the impact of our investment that goes into these deals. As you can see from the slide here, there is a list of public benefits that are derived from this project, from supporting the city's housing goals through the workforce and affordable units I mentioned on the previous slide, to MWSB inclusion, which we are, as a side note, we're working with CBI right now to further refine what those numbers are based on our policy, particularly getting into the MBE and the WBE figures. Supporting sustainability and environmental goals, open space and park initiatives. They've already looking at a 4.5-acre land donation for a public park, as well as $1 million contribution for park activation and constructing Greenway Bridge and multi-use path and other trail improvements. Also looking at partnering with CFD to support public safety and thinking about a fire station. There's one right around the corner on Sardis Lane. It was built in 1974. How do we work with this group to actually deliver a fire station that's actually part of this project? Details are still being worked through, just trying to think about how do we actually get the biggest return for our investment as we look through a larger public-private partnership like this. And ultimately, and it also supports increased mobility and accessibility through allowing for greater connectivity through the site between Sardis and Providence, as well as between Old Providence and Providence, and a number of intersection improvements along the way. Next slide. Speaking of intersection improvements, all of those purple dots represent intersection improvements that would be, that they're proposing to be reimbursed through the tax increment grant. What you see here is 2.1 miles of corridor improvements along Providence Road. Obviously, it gets much bigger than the 2.1 miles that are right there. The new traffic signals, medians, lane modifications, and upgraded pedestrian crossings will help increase safety along Providence and Sardis and other areas in the area, as well as provide opportunities for increased connectivity throughout the area within the site and external to the site. All in all, it's about 27 projects that are included in that small fine print and the TIG projects in that white box. Next slide, please. And we think about the allocation of funding, we generally think through, okay, what are the uses of the funds and what are the sources of those funds that's going to pay for those uses. As you can see here, there's quite a bit of a list here on the uses. It really starts to quantify the cost or the value that's attributed to, say, the park land donation, the multi-use path connections, the workforce housing, the value of those units, as well as the other infrastructure improvements. Again, highlighted here is the fire station. Not exactly sure what that sits. We're still working through it. If we had our, if it was ideal scenario, if it was our preferred scenario, we'd love to get a fire station that's delivered as part of this project. But we know that there's a lot of other complications that come with that, and we're trying to work through that with the development team to understand what is that best situation for all involved. On the sources side of this, the developer contributions of about $48.6 million. They are seeking support from the city and county through a tax increment grant up to $19 million. And based on today's tax rates and the allocation between the city and county taxes, that equates to about $6.8 million from the city and about $12.1 million from the county. Next slide. And just kind of taking a step to the side just to remind everyone about our tax increment grant policy. The grants are made on a reimbursement basis only, based on new incremental taxes within a defined increment area. We do have to provide for a public purpose, and through our policy, we have infrastructure investment, gap financing, and public assets or buildings. The traditional grant terms are 45 or 90% of incremental taxes and have been generally up to 10 years, though in the recent past, because of the types of transformative projects we're looking at and the benefits that are derived from those, we have gone beyond 10 years based on need and priority. Overall, the capacity, the aggregate of all projects can exceed 3% of annual property tax in a given year. We are not close to this, at least we haven't been close to this, so we are all setting good on that aspect. But this is just kind of a quick reminder of our policy and justification for deploying our tax increment grant tool. The proposed terms that have been presented to us, the development, they anticipate generating about $550 million of new tax base by the 2023 build-out. This would equate to about $1.7 million in annual incremental city tax revenue, which over 20 years would lead to $24 million in net new tax revenue for the city. This is net of any tax increment grant payment that's based on the proposed terms, which are 45% of incremental taxes over 15 years. It would not exceed $19 million for both the city and the county, but plus interest. And then obviously, as with all of these partnership agreements, the developer is responsible for any cost overruns. On this leverage ratio, we generally have a goal of 1 to 10. So that means basically for every dollar that the city puts in, that we would like to leverage $10 of private investment. In this case, for every dollar we're putting in, we're leveraging $80 of private investment through this. Next slide. So the schedule, as Tracy mentioned earlier when she introduced this, was that there's the county had a conversation on this that was introduced to their Economic Development Committee on October 15th. It seemed to be well received from my observations. They will have a follow-up presentation planned for mid-November and then a potential board decision in early December. We're also trying to align this with the rezonings as much as we can. There is a zoning committee meeting on November 7th, and then rezoning decision for the three coordinated rezonings we're looking at December 16th. From a TIG decision, we will be coming back to the committee in December. That's what we're proposing. And then for a future council decision would be TBD based on follow-up conversations with the committee and with council members where you'd like to see it go. And so with that, I know that was quick, that was a lot. If there are any questions, comments, feedback, we'd be happy to receive that today. We can bring it back to you in December.
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. And again, there's no council action on this item, just for a general discussion. I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Levine as well as his representatives on a number of occasions, so I'm very familiar with the project. And I will pivot and just kind of ask the district rep for any initial thoughts, comments that he wants to share with the committee.
Yeah, nothing at a high level. I think that just basically timing will be important on this. So Todd and Tracy, I'm assuming that you guys are contemplating kind of, these are multiple decisions that all are kind of symbiotic with one another. So one going up and another going down obviously has detrimental effects. So just as you contemplate the timing, making sure that you do that as seamlessly as possible.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. I think from the outset that this is a great partnership between two companies who have been good corporate partners in our community. So let me applaud you all for coming together and say, how can we change this community? A question on the workforce development. What percentage AMI?
So for the workforce housing, it would be up to 80% of AMI.
Up to 80% AMI.
108 units. And
Okay.
then through the Horizon development, they're proposing 75 units that would be affordable at 30 to 60% of AMI.
Okay. One of my passions is support MWSB inclusion. And so, one, I'm glad that we're going to get staff feedback on the analysis. And secondly, I think we need to kind of raise our expectation. I think 15% is a low-hanging fruit for us. I think when you're talking about commercial and multifamily, that fits very well with the CBI firms we have in our database. And so we can make sure we can rise that, increase that goal, I think will be perceived very well in the community. Very supportive. I think this is great for an area that's been missing to be rebranded for a long period of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Ms. Molino, do you have any comments in reference to the presentation that was made?
No, it's all good. I'm all right.
Okay, so again, I think it's very transformational in terms of what they're trying to do at the spot. Obviously, it's a bottleneck Mr. Bakari knows very well, and the opportunity to provide housing and transportation in terms of realignment, right, and those things that goes along with it makes a whole lot of sense for that particular area. And so we'll certainly be listening to Mr. Bakari over the next couple of weeks as it follows within this district. But obviously, the TAG is something that we all would have to kind of lean forward with it. But I know he'll be in the details of this for sure. And so I want to thank everyone for coming. Continue to communicate with the committee and work with Ms. Dodson on some of the dotting the i's and crossing the t's and sharing any updates. Obviously, you heard Mr. Mitchell in reference to the city's commitment to MWBE and his desire to kind of see whether or not you can stretch that further. And there'll be some other topics I might want to talk with you offline in reference to that, to the same. But I think everyone is looking at this as an opportunity to really kind of redefine that section of the community in a big way. So I think there's a lot of curiosity with the committee, and we look forward to also seeing what our partners with Mecklenburg County do as they move forward with this as well. Ms. Dodson?
All right, we'll move on to business recruitment. I'm going to ask Alexis to to hop up here and join us.
Welcome, Alexis. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So with this, we want to take the opportunity, because so many council members are going to Germany. These types of trips for us start as economic development trips. And we've been fortunate on this trip to add in other things into the agenda like mobility, housing, and other areas of interest to the council. But we wanted to use this today. I've just given you a little bit on the business recruitment update, generally what we're seeing. You can go to the next slide. But then talk a little bit more about the FDI and the foreign direct investment, and then the Germany connectivity as we get prepared for our trip. So you'll see here kind of overall job growth that we've had in Charlotte and the region, how many projects we've won, and some of the notable wins. So I'm not going to read all this to you. You can see it. But one of the things that I will highlight is that, you know, over the past 5 years, 6 years, a lot has happened with the pandemic, with, you know, just kind of the job market in general, elections, different things like that. But Charlotte has stayed relatively healthy in our growth, and we've continued to attract a lot of companies, retain companies, as well as grow some of those companies. And it's really important for you all to remember that when we talk about this, we're not talking about all big companies, right? These are big and small companies that we form relationships with. And when we attract them here or we grow them here, we also grow those relationships. So it's bigger than just the jobs. It's how do they become a part of our community more broadly. Let's go to the next slide. Overall trends that we're seeing. Advanced manufacturing has been big. It has stayed big. There are obvious stressors from Charlotte's perspective in the land use side of things, right? We've talked, I think, before where we've struggled where everybody wants to see these types of jobs come into our community, but then you have the business investment grant discussion, and then we turn around and end up having a zoning discussion. And sometimes those are hard to line up. We are seeing more in the R&D and clean energy space. Definitely, but we're also seeing the job numbers trend down as we get more technology into these types of industry sectors. Life science. Life science is a big one that we are growing in Charlotte quickly. Not just because of the Pearl. The Pearl is a piece to it, but you have Eli Lilly right up the street. We're definitely seeing an uptick in looks in the Charlotte region. For the life science space. This one too has some of its own challenges around land use, and we've been working closely with planning to figure out how we can solve some of the land use issues that are in front of us when we have these life science looks. Talent remains a big thing. 5 or 6 years ago, we were telling companies that we could attract and we could grow the talent. Now, more often than not, we hear companies are looking at Charlotte because the talent is already here. And so I know I've had discussions with you all in the past about bringing in business, which means, you know, more growth to Charlotte, and how are we keeping up with our growth and some of those kind of stressors. Again, more often than not, companies are looking here because they recognize the talent is already here, not relocating their talent from other places, but they're coming here because the talent is here. Other things that we're watching closely, cost of living. In COVID, cost of living went up, you know, everywhere, in addition to our competitive cities that we often are competing against. But we're still staying on that lower side when we're competing against cities like Atlanta or Nashville or Dallas. Our cost of living still is lower but it has gone up, and so we watch that closely. Airport connectivity. You all know, and some of you were out last week visiting the airport, there's a lot going on there. But many times we hear, whether it's advanced manufacturing or life sciences or a headquarter, a lot of companies are looking because of that accessibility that the airport offers. And so that's another important one, looking and keeping up with that growth and the airport connectivity. Some markets we can compete in better than others. We did a debrief last week of a company that we actually lost because they had connectivity in South America, and we just don't have those flights. And I don't see us necessarily getting a lot of those flights. But as we're going to pivot and talk a little bit more in a few minutes about Europe, that is a space that we can really grow in when we talk about that connectivity with the airport and flights. So next slide. The other big thing that we've talked about over the past year is just overall office vacancy. It is trending in the right way. However, we still have a significant office vacancy issue. We still have buildings in Uptown. You all see the articles that are largely vacant. And what we do to make sure that we're protecting some of those issues as we think forward will be important. Pre-pandemic, return to work, whatever you want to call that, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's business as usual. If you walk down Tryon Street, I tested this out last week. If you walk down Tryon Street on a Wednesday, it feels like a pre-pandemic return to work. Everything feels normal. Monday, Friday feels a little bit different. And so while people have come back, the work environment for office is something that is different. And so it's been slower for companies to make decisions around that. We've seen a lot of companies that just did not. They went fully remote. And then we've seen other companies come back and say, actually, we're going to expand what we might have been searching for. I think that this will continue to be a discussion point, especially as we talk about some of those more vintage office buildings in certain locations. It's not just in Uptown. We see this across all of our submarkets. So it's something to continue to think, but it's trending slowly in the right direction. There is still, the last thing I'll say on the office, there is still a flight to quality. Companies want to be in new buildings, which is part of what we're dealing with in some of the office vacancy. Let's go to the next slide, and I'm going to let Alexis do some of the talking about our international business community, and I may add in a couple things here and there, but Alexis, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, just to give you guys a little bit of an overview of what our foreign direct investment looks like. We have over 1,000 international businesses here, and that can be British, Japanese, German, of course. We have a lot of, that is our highest investor by far, is Germany. Interestingly, sometimes they're companies we know and use every day. So the little green Ahold Delhaize lion at the bottom, that's Food Lion. They're owned by a Dutch company called Ahold, and they own multiple grocery stores in the United States. But it kind of shows that a lot of times we think of these companies not necessarily touching the lives of everybody, but that's one that does, beyond just giving jobs and giving back to our community. There are more than 40 countries that are representative. 80,000 people are hired by foreign firms. The other thing is too, as Tracy was saying, a lot of these jobs in manufacturing are becoming advanced manufacturing. This is better paying jobs because this requires some understanding of some of the robotics that goes into this, some of the coding that goes into this. So this has changed that job market of that traditional worker for manufacturing. And you'll also get a lot of apprenticeships with these companies. We have quite a strong apprenticeship field here. There's over 1.9 billion investments since 2017 coming from these companies, and 15% of U.S. exports are from the Charlotte region. So it's really important to remember that trade is both ways. So it's not just people coming in and investing in Charlotte, but it's also American companies who are making goods and selling those abroad. We even have a U.S. Export Assistance Center here from the federal government to help American small businesses and medium-sized businesses. Those are who most of our exporters are medium and small businesses. And they actually just, interestingly, last year, the last 2 years rather, have been practicing a new pilot program that they're doing to encourage more minority exporting as well. Next slide. So this just gives a rundown. Now these numbers are a little outdated because we probably had about 10 German companies join last year. We're closer to 250 now. Those numbers go back and forth basically as they move around the Southeast. A lot of people joke about 85 if we can continue to improve it. We'll become an Autobahn because if you're coming from all the way from Atlanta up to really Charlotte, but starting now to expand up 85 as well, is really known as a big German center. With Daimler is on that, BMW is on that, Adidas, Mann+Hummel. Those are some of the big German companies you'll see if you drive down 85.
And so it's really important, just as we think about next week, or this week, I guess, and Germany, why this is so important to leverage the business community that is there, to leverage these relationships when Germany represents almost 25% of our foreign direct investment and jobs.
Next slide. So these are some of our recent, I would say, in the last 4 years, some of the projects that we've announced that are foreign-owned. So Alpatronics, they just celebrated their grand opening a couple weeks ago. They're an Italian company. They're the #1 manufacturer of those high-speed chargers in Europe for cars. They're looking to partner with us on a few things as well in that space, in the EV space. Siemens, of course, many of you are very familiar with them and their continued growth, not just in their energy field, but also, as Tracy mentioned, in the health field. So Siemens is one of those multi-tonged German companies where you have a couple different industries that are under them. Some of the other ones of note on here, Kelchemica is a really great new company that came in, which was a result of some meetings that we've had through FDI and visits in the past. Brenix is a German health manufacturing company. I wanted to make sure we put Solutions on there. This is a tech company from Peru that just recently chose Charlotte. And what was really great from them, their CEO has talked to a lot of people about the reason why he and his wife themselves chose to move here was our welcoming community and the diversity that they're seeing in our community. As being someone who's an owner of a foreign company, he felt very welcome here.
So I'll just add really quickly on the Alpatronics. I mean, as I said earlier, when we recruit these companies, bringing them into our community, into the goals that we have for our community, like sustainability, we want to build those relationships for the long term. So that is one that we keep a lot of focus on, of how, once we get you here, how do we build a bigger relationship?
And almost all of these companies, I mean, Alpatronics, Siemens, these are companies that we do expect to come back. A lot of them, when they came to us, they told us, you know, we will be looking to grow. What is the expectation of us being able to work with you as we grow?
Yep.
Next slide.
So this one I will jump into because, again, it goes with what we were just talking about, is why we pay close attention to some of these companies. Siemens, Alexis has said, you know, they have an energy sector, they have a mobility sector, they have a healthcare sector. So we follow all of these. Obviously, the energy side has a big presence here and is growing here, but we're looking at all aspects of Siemens. EarCAD was the first announcement within the Pearl. This is important because this is the surgical training company that will bring through, they estimate 7,000 surgeons through Charlotte every year. So, I mean, you look at that and not only what it does for the Pearl and what the opportunities are, but think about now you have the exposure of our city and our region to 7,000 surgeons every year. And other companies will take note that EarCAD is here. Right? If you're training on new equipment, they want their new equipment in front of these surgeons. So there's a really great thing that is starting to evolve when you look at companies like this having a presence here. BMW, obviously what's in Spartanburg, but then think about the growth around automotive that North Carolina has seen in recent years. I'm bullish. I'm very transparent about the fact that I would love to see BMW's North American headquarters in this region, in this city. In the long term, right? It's just a play that makes sense. We'd love to see them in the Charlotte area while they continue to grow their presence across the Carolinas as more broadly. Next slide. You
I'll
wanna
go
hit
ahead and
this?
take this one. So coming to that, again, a lot of that has to do with that connectivity, not only to these big anchor companies that are already in our region, but also to the people that we work with every day. So Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina, Select USA, which is our U.S. commerce's side of bringing in foreign direct investment. Of course, we're working with them and the German companies that are here and their vendors and clients. So that's something that's really important to point out, is that having those bigger names here, their vendors and clients want to be here, and their vendors and clients want to be here. And relationships like this are very highly sought in Germany, being able to make those connections. And as you guys well know, Charlotte is really a very relationship network-based city. And that is what has been something that a lot of people are surprised by when they come here. So while we're in Germany, we want to try to make sure that we continue to showcase that. And a lot of our partners are already on the ground there doing that right now. Some went early, some are staying late. Morven Allen, Parker Poe are helping us coordinate our actual investment roundtable that will be hosted along with the Bavarian Industrial Association. So in every case we tried to find a way that we were partnering with someone on the ground who has some naturally occurring connections, plus people that we work with every day that have connections, plus those of us that are working on active projects. So currently in my pipeline, I have about 8 active foreign direct investment projects. 5 of them are in Germany. Most of them are not in the Munich region. However, it gave me a chance and an excuse, so to speak, to reach out and say, hey, we'll be traveling. If you can have time to come to Munich, we'd love to have you. And even though most of them said we were unavailable, it still was seen as something really important to them. And I've actually heard that come back through the grapevine of other people that they know in our community to say, I couldn't make it. I have to be up in Medica and Dusseldorf. But we were so glad that the city of Charlotte reached out to us to involve us. So those are those really important connections and those partnerships. Again, we're also partnering with Mecklenburg County. We have a couple larger companies that are here that are looking at whether or not they want to expand. And again, these active projects are competitive. And that means just hopping the line, going to South Carolina. And we've had a lot of the German CEOs give us feedback that when you are in country and you even attempt to meet us, that goes a really far way. And so Mecklenburg is also going to be on the ground working with some of our existing companies to help them see that we really do have a dedication to helping them be here and making sure that they're connected properly in for our workforce development, especially in the apprenticeship programs, and that they're getting support there.
Do you want to hit this one or you want?
Okay, I'll go in the last part. So another part of it, I kind of blended it all together, but just to kind of highlight again, it's a whole coalition of partners from companies and our economic development partners who do this business in and day out. Center City partners, others as well, are going. Many of them are staying for Electronica, which is an electronics and tech conference that is in Munich the week after the game. And then the other half of people are going up to Medica, which is a medical conference that's in Dusseldorf. It's one of the biggest in the world, not just Europe. That one EDP&C will have a very strong presence at. Charlotte is home to over 1,200 German-born residents. What's great is those are people who are born abroad and are calling Charlotte here now, and their kids are part of these programs. They go to we're one of the only schools that has an in-language, everyday German program. Two of them are public school programs. This is super important as well for showcasing, again, our talent and the opportunity for exposure for them and their families, but also for our families. Next slide.
So the last thing I'll just add to that is, we obviously have a big, robust trip planned, but we wanted to share kind of how we've been working specific to economic development with our partners here locally, as well as our German partners, to build out really good opportunity, connections, and relationship building while we're over there. As you all know, we'll also be looking at housing, mobility, and other things while we're there too. But again, wanted to give you that perspective on economic development.
Thank you, Alexis. And Madam Assistant City Manager. I guess my first question, and then I'll open it up to the committee, is help me understand from an international perspective, recruiting, retention, attending international conferences where trade fairs, working with the World Affair Council here locally, working with the Alliance. Who's putting the puzzle together for us on a day-to-day basis from international recruitment, retention, and collaborating and coordinating with the other stakeholders that does the same?
Do you want to start?
You can start.
So I think it is a lot of people ask in this space, who's on first?
Yes.
And it is a very broad partnership, is what I'll say. Is if you look at the state, and the state will, the state has boots on the ground in Europe, and they are looking at these opportunities. Granted, they are advocating for statewide, right? So it might not be Charlotte specific, but there's no reason for us to duplicate on some of these efforts that we do. So there's instances where we will let them run in kind of the front seat of promoting the state and things like that. We'll also be very specific with them about, hey, these are the things that we're looking for here. But then I think in certain areas, we rely heavily on our German community that is here because they have a lot of connectivity. And I would say that's city, county, and alliance together. And Alexis, you may want to speak a little bit more to that. Or some of our specific companies that are here and leaning on them, as Alexis talked about, who are your vendors? Who are these other people? Show us who those are, and let's go cultivate those relationships.
Yeah, and I'll riff off of the relationships part. It really is about that. This is a team effort. When someone cannot be at one of the other events, so let's say Select USA is a good example. While we were there and the Alliance was there, and we were at EDPNC's booth in Washington, D.C., there are 4,000 attendees coming from all over the world to learn about doing business in the United States. And if I step away from the booth, then it gets to be High Point who speaks to them instead of Charlotte. And even though we're pitching in the North Carolina booth as broadly as possible, the examples I use, I'll lean on the examples. I have their lawyers in attendance, and someone had asked a very specific question that was law-based to a different municipality that was in the booth for North Carolina. And they knew that I had partners that were from law firms and asked if I could help make that connection. So now that connection is considering Charlotte instead of the other place, based on us being there. But we do try to help each other out where we can, and really it is about that relationship and listening. What are the trends we're seeing? Even when it comes to what trade shows should we be attending. There have been times where I will hear something from the gentleman who runs Brennox for the German community in Charlotte, and he's like, one of our biggest conferences is looking to come to Charlotte. Can you help the city of Charlotte, can you guys help make sure this is a successful conference? And so when our partners reach out, we want to make sure we are there for them, because it usually means that conference is going to be bringing in some heavy hitters and some good leads.
Yeah, I'll give you one more quick example. SUS, which was a conference that was here last week in Charlotte, hosted in Charlotte, which is a partnership between the southeastern states here in the U.S. and Japan. And so they alternate each year going back and forth between the U.S. and Japan in the conference. That's an initiative for North Carolina that's really led out of Raleigh, out of the Governor's Office, Commerce, EDP&C. But we were the host city, so it was all partnerships. When it goes back to Japan, you will have people from Charlotte and the Charlotte region that will go over and attend that. And so again, just to Alexis' point, it's really a partnership where we all try to show up together. Economic development is undoubtedly a team sport, and we only win by all kind of working together in collaboration.
Okay. Open up for questions from the committee. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alexis, slide number 7, under the other, we have 175 number of companies. I remember about 3 years ago, Bishop Claude Alexander led a big initiative with African countries and tie more African countries to U.S.-based companies. Has there been any follow-up, or what is our success trying to partner with more African companies as well?
Yeah, so the African continent is in the early days of where they're investing. At the moment, they're still investing very much at home, but they are starting to reach out and invest elsewhere. Partially is because of some of the connections that they've made with Asia. There you'll see some investments from going that way. We are starting to see some in the U.S., but they are usually smaller. Lots of times it's more of a vendor and then looking at us as a market. So when they're looking at us as a market, they tend to not bring as many jobs. So they're really at that slower end of starting to bring up. But it's something that we watch because as Tracy mentioned, companies will come in very different forms, and then once they get here, you want them to grow here. So during the pandemic, right before the pandemic, the project that you're talking about was going to be at the expo. Things changed during the pandemic, so that location did not work for what they were trying to do. I have had some contact with a few of the ambassadors, so that's the other side of my job often comes into play here for the business side, because when a country doesn't have a lot of companies in an area, they'll rely on their ambassadors or their consul generals to reach out. So we still have some pretty good relationships with Ghana and South Africa in particular.
Just as a follow-up, I know Janelle with the International Cabinet has been doing a lot of strategy and how can North Carolina companies in Africa have a more import-export. And so just a follow, I'd be curious, you can just send something around, particularly me, where we are in that strategy and if what could we be doing differently? Just curious, because she seemed to be pretty passionate about us doing a better job in connecting. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alexis and Tracy, for the presentation. I will say that the presence of the tech, specifically as it relates to healthcare and the Pearl with EarCAD, and also Siemens as well, who has a presence in the Pearl, is critically important to us growing the tech side of attraction of economic development. I also am interested in, we mentioned BMW and would love to see them come and choose Charlotte as a location, but there are also other German automobile manufacturers who are very much interested in research and analytics, data and analytics. And given that the UNC Charlotte has recently acquired their R1 status for research, and they are graduating more students out of that data analytics program than many schools within the state of North Carolina, there might be some opportunity there. Because really with automobiles, there's over 200 sensors in automobiles, numerous microchips. So there really are less about being an automobile and more about being a very large computer. So that might be some interesting connectivity with our local university. But lastly, I wanted to ask a question, Tracy, I believe it's on slide 5, where you were talking about the vacancies uptown.
Yep.
And you meant this last dot point here of 60% of the leases signed pre-pandemic have expired. I'm happy that we've lowered that vacancy a couple hundred basis points from 25% to 22.5. But is that 60% expiration baked into that number, or is that sort of a harbinger that we'll have even more vacancies in Uptown over the next 6 months?
It's the latter. I mean, I think what we have to think about is what is coming, what is expiring in terms of the leases, where we sit right now in companies thinking about return to work, number of days, and how that changes in their footprint. You've heard me say before, we've had a lot of movement, especially in Uptown, because going back to individually owned assets. So for example, Duke Energy building their own tower, Wells Fargo, then occupying what Duke Energy used to occupy, then pulling out of some of these other ones. And so you start to look at some of this with the leases also expiring.
Yes.
And it starts to, you have to pay attention and how is the decision making? Some companies don't want to make long-term decisions right now. So they're going to come back around and say, let me renew for a shorter amount of time, I'll stay, or let me shrink and do that for a couple of years. You know, the certainty of the market and kind of, especially around office, just isn't really strong right now. So that is going to play into, I think, over the next several years, as these leases come up, how different ones make decisions. And that then, Mayor Pro Tem, trickles into the stability of that particular office building and that asset.
Yes, I mean, that is particularly daunting if that 60% is not fully baked in. I'd like for us, I mean, and it also underscores the importance of a holistic approach of addressing these vacancies and what can we do in terms of protecting the vibrancy of Uptown. But I'd like for us to track this, and if it can be shared with council on a cadence that you deem is appropriate, whether it's monthly or quarterly. But I'd like for the council to have some visibility to the expiration of these leases uptown. So thank you for that clarification.
Yep. Just to that, I do think we have a couple of buildings that are almost entirely vacant or will be entirely vacant very soon. And so we do need to figure out, do we want to lean in to solve some of those issues, or is the attitude to let the wait and see what the market corrects itself? And every building is, the hard part has been every building is a little bit different in trying to figure out that right path forward.
And it's a complex problem, right? Because not only are there vacancies in Uptown, but there's vacancies in University City, there's vacancies in Ballantyne, and unless we're guided by a policy, then we're just picking and choosing winners and losers, right? And I think we need to really have a structured conversation around that, understanding that Uptown is extremely important for a wide variety of reasons. It's our living room, it's our center of commerce for sure, and we don't want any boarded up buildings in Uptown Charlotte, but it's complicated.
It really is. I'll just add, I mean, what we have seen from a trends perspective is some of the office vacancy in Uptown and some of these buildings in Uptown, it's different when you're talking about a 20-story vacant building versus, you know, a 5 or 6 story office building that might be more suburban in nature. What we're seeing in the suburban office a lot of times is how do we convert to make that a little bit more flexible and attract some of these life science prospects. Uptown office buildings aren't necessarily positioned the same way. You talk about Ballantyne, Northwood owning that whole entire asset. Comes with its challenges, I'm sure, but also has the ability for them to move around tenants as they contract and grow too. So every submarket is slightly different, but Councilmember Graham, to your point, we do have to figure out what are the thresholds in which we lean in or we think differently about the market.
Yeah, and it's some of our friends that kind of run some of these major corporations uptown that are leaving old buildings for new buildings, and so they're not part of the problem, but they're part of the concern, right? Because they're abandoning and leaving and going in. Well,
I will say,
it's complicated.
I will say this though: in some cases, they might leave older buildings, but in some cases, they're actually leaving great space, which means okay, that building actually might be positioned better than other buildings to attract a tenant. So it goes both ways, but to your point.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Bukhari.
Yeah, I just add that I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think it's really important. And one of the main reasons is this has been a looming problem, particularly what we've just talked about with office space and vacancy. And we typically only get involved in very reactive conversations where it's like, okay, how much taxpayer subsidy can we incorporate into this to renovate it and make someone want to be in there or something? And while certainly that is a tool in the tool belt, there's a lot more than that. And the thing that I've brought up in those conversations, and now we're actually talking about it, so kudos to everyone who's brought this forward, is one really powerful mechanism is recruiting businesses to town. And that brings you to what the problem is with that. And especially for a market like Charlotte. We love Charlotte, we're here. But the fact of the matter is, especially in these international markets, a lot of them just don't know who we are. So thinking that a singular approach of marketing on social media and TV is going to suddenly make people think Charlotte is viable, it just does not work that way. It may help when they see impressions over and over again, but there has to be some catalyst. So this is where the spearfishing approach of recruiting companies is so valuable, going after target companies because they're in a disruptive technology for an industry that matters for our region, and then it aligns with our workforce assets and things like that comes into play, which I think then brings us to the importance of these kinds of trips where you go to a Munich, you see our capabilities there. We did this deeply with the NBA in Paris and with the NFL in London before that. You're going there and all of a sudden your spearfishing ability has this credibility behind it of the executives from your region. And while us that are NFL fans aren't really excited about the Giants, it's New York. Now they do know about New York and Miami every time we go recruit there. So being able to have these brands, these things that they are aware of, and associate that with a spearfishing approach of, did you know this about the Charlotte market? This is what we have to do more of. And I think, Alexis, you made the point, but it's a really good one. When I go and recruit, much like you guys are, and look at specific industries, it isn't about always the success criteria of how many people did you centralize in a room. Those touch points are important. They're important when we reach out and we have those credible things, but it's important that we do this more than once every 4 years. So I think the big takeaway here, obviously we want success and things like that. We need more credible reasons to reach out to folks in the spearfishing manner. And that's the thing that we as a community have really been lacking. And I think we need to get more opportunistic on. And I think this is a great mindset shift for us to get into.
I concur with you 100%, Councilmember Bakari, and I'll leave the committee with 2 quotes. People do business with people they know, and communication builds commerce. And that's the essence of what we're trying to do over the next several days as we depart to go to Germany, to really drill down on issues related to housing and sustainability and mobility and retention, recruitment, and there is a game as well. But even that is with one of our major corporations who economic impact to our city is well over billions of dollars, and that we have an ongoing corporate relationship with and a partnership. And so it makes sense for a wide variety of reasons. And if we're going to be an international city with an international airport, to some of my friends in the media, we can't be acting like we're Mayberry, right? We got to do what we have to do to position the city for success long term. And we're not coming back with a major corporation in our pocket. When we do, that would be nice. It's about planting a seed and watering that seed and nurturing that seed so that when those conferences does arise 6 months, a year from now, we have positioned the city in a position where we can get a new fish or retain someone that may be looking elsewhere. So, and with that, I've managed a meeting for 59 minutes. I'll take an adjournment.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And get up.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Safe travels.
wanted to see you. I didn't see you, honey. How are you? Welcome to Mayfield. Thank you, sweetheart.
Okay. I do.
Are we good?
Yes, ma'am, we're live.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Well, good afternoon. I would like to start by welcoming everyone in the room. And for those who are joining us online, welcome to the November 4th Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. We'll start with introduction. I'm Dimple Ajmera, Charlotte City Council member at large and the committee chair. So let's start with committee members in the room.
Ladies first.
Good afternoon, Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council, District 3.
LaWanna Mayfield, committee member.
James Mitchell, committee member. No, no.
Oh, yeah.
Can we go around the room with introductions, starting with Mr. Heath?
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
You, ma'am.
Gretchen Flores, planning staff.
Dana Fenton with the City Manager's Office.
I got Tanya Jameson with the Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Committee.
Welcome.
John Easterling, partner, Checkmate Government Relations, lobbyist on behalf of the City of Charlotte.
Phil Rieger with General Services.
Kathy Cornett, planning staff.
Monica Allen, City Manager's Office.
Stephen Coker, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Sheila Anderson, general services.
Kathleen Seshak, General Services.
Ashley Price, general services.
Julius Edwards, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Bree Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Jia Liu, strategy and budget.
So for those joining us online, can we please go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Shauna Watley, Holland and Knight, Federal Relations.
Joe O'Brien, Holland and Knight Federal Relations.
Adam Phipps, Infrastructure Strategies.
Well, thank you all for joining us. We have 3 topics on our agenda today. First, we are joined by Ms. Tanya Jameson, who served as the chair for the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission. And so while the commission was sunset in September, their work and input has helped to shape many initiatives that we'll continue to build upon. So thank you for all your work. And Ms. Jameson is planning to provide us a report on the work that commission has done. Next, we have Mr. Dana Fenton. He will review the proposed 2025 federal and state legislative agenda items that include feedback from our committee's meeting last month. And last but not the least, we will continue our work on our referral to review the city's current procurement and CBI policies, including procurement practices, MWSB goal setting, and project delivery methods. I know Mr. Mitchell is probably waiting, anxious on the last topic. So let's start with Ms. Jameson. Ms. Jameson, floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Chair Ajmera. And as I was explaining to your committee members that I got up this morning and I was all dressed up and ready to present to our city council, and then I turned on the TV and I realized that, Council Member Mitchell here was in like celebrate your team day gear. So I had to represent and make sure that I was like dressed appropriately for city council. So pardon the Doug Williams love and the Washington Commanders. But I wanted to thank you all for allowing me to finish out Caleb's last remaining months of his term earlier this year and taking over the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission. Next slide, please. One of the reasons I wanted to really be a part of this commission after serving on NEST is because when I think about equitable development, I think about the idea that we would be able to live in a city where, regardless of what neighborhood you're in, whatever community you're in, you see the necessary infrastructure in that community, whether it's sidewalks, whether it's lighting, whether it's bus stops. And so I really like the opportunity of being able to serve out the final months on that commission. Next slide, please. But before I joined, one of the, these are a couple of the recommendations that were put forward that the committee reported on previously, and I like these a lot and just wanted to call your attention back to them. I've watched plenty of your meetings over the years, and one of the things I heard so often from members were that their constituents didn't know what the city was doing, they didn't hear about whatever the city was doing or whatever kind of projects were coming down the line, and I really thought that the capital projects dashboard campaign and the community engagement standard operating procedures would be a way to address some of those concerns. So I was glad to see that the committee put those recommendations forward previously. Next slide, please. So in our waning months, we had a joint committee meeting with the NEST Commission late July, just trying to figure out where we had some alignment between the two committees. And so one of the things that we lifted up was prioritizing it was called the Housing and Lens Framework for Affordable Housing Investments back then. I understand now it's called Beyond the Bricks. But the importance of really looking at people and the needs of affordable housing residents more holistically and providing them the support and through the framework of what they need, whether it's workforce development, whether it's transportation. So looking at particular projects that really have more wraparound support and services to members of the community. The last one that we also agreed on was unlocking the potential of our public-owned land. We know that you all have been working on this over the years, and we just wanted to emphasize how important it is that we can figure out a way to use publicly owned land that's near transit, that's near areas with amenities, high opportunity areas to give people affordable housing in those zones too. And so we sent these recommendations to the full council via email, and we also sent them to the mayor earlier this summer after our two committees met. So that was a NEST and CEDC joint recommendation. Next slide, please. So specifically to the Charlotte CEDC, our recommendations were around accelerated zoning and rezoning for affordable housing. So trying to figure out how we can move these projects through the pipeline faster. So we supported the city's application for the Pro Housing grant. I know we did not receive it last year, but hopefully we'll be able to submit again and eventually get money so we can have and maintain a dedicated team to review these types of applications. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend Allison Craig's roundtable looking at affordable housing and how we can get more affordable housing projects built faster and how they could get developers to take advantage of the incentives that are out there. And so one of the recommendations that were put forth that Allison also shared was this idea of expedited review, which is what we were recommending through the CEDC Commission as well. And then also, next slide, please, we wanted to see how we can also expedite applications for child care facilities too. As you all have heard and I think Dana will probably talk a little bit about it as well. ARPA money, federal money has gone away for for child care providers. And so we really are looking at the closure of about 121 centers and 33 child care homes in Mecklenburg County. And so that'll be 14,000 children that won't be served here in Meck County as a result of these closures and the result of the loss of funding and vouchers to make it more affordable. So we have to be able to fill that gap as these centers close, and so being able to push these applications through quicker so that we can get more centers open to serve the needs of our community is going to be critical as an infrastructure as well. Next slide, please. Then our last recommendation was around equitable development for standards for upcoming transit projects. And so when we first put these recommendations together, there was a lot of talk about the O-line, there was talk about the GO line extension, and so we really wanted to make sure that when you all are talking about these projects, whether it's the O-line, the GO line, the managed lanes coming out of I-77 South, that we're ensuring that we have equitable development infrastructure that's being put in place that's meeting the needs that the residents who are going to be living in those areas have access to in the future. And so I'm going to turn it over to Gretchen to talk more about the catalog of elements of equitable development. I said it right, Gretchen.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Tanya. So one of the outcomes of the CDC work, as Tanya just mentioned, was the catalog of equitable development, the elements of equitable development. It's a report that memorializes the outcome of a workshop that took place last year, and I'll give you more information on what that is in the next slide. The catalog itself shares information about CEDC and their connection to the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan. It defines and describes the key elements of equitable and vibrant centers, and it also provides guidance on how to use these recommendations. And for background, I sit on the long-range team who coordinated the workshop that the CDC undertook. Next slide, please. For background, in October of 2023, the CEDC conducted a workshop to explore the elements of complete communities in the context of equitable development. The commission members engaged in hands-on exercises and discussions around what mixed-use centers and neighborhoods that are vibrant really look like. What are the elements that they have present in each? So there were two discussion topics that during the workshop. The first was the key elements of equitable and vibrant centers. Those included neighborhoods and community activity centers. And then the second topic was around equitable development around transit centers. So what does that actually look like? The first bucket is equity in centers. And these are the elements that the CDC came up with. They ranked them into tiers in magnitude of importance. I will preface this by saying that all of these elements are important. It's just given the realistic nature of finite resources, they had to rank them in tiers. And so the first tier, in terms of what equity in centers looks like, are elements that are primary and necessary to the success of equitable and vibrant centers. And those include walkability, transit options, mixed use, mixed income housing, as well as interagency coordination and then community engagement. And that last piece really speaks to the teams from different disciplines that are needed to make sure that a center is as vibrant as it can be. Tier 2 are elements that are secondary, but still important in relation to Tier 1. And those include parks and gathering spaces, bike-friendly areas, creative lighting that really speaks to some of the safety concerns, and then natural elements, which really speaks to the placemaking aspect of centers. And then Tier 3 are tertiary elements, and those include educational facilities, public art, housing options, healthcare, space for healthcare providers, and then small businesses, really looking at realizing that there's a need for small businesses to locate in some of these centers in order to have them be diverse. Next slide, please. Then the second bucket is that the CDC really reaffirmed that equitable and vibrant centers also integrate transit options to support the mobility of residents. And so to accomplish this, the following elements, and these are not listed in any order of priority, but these are the ones that were identified. Housing options, intentionality of location, so making sure that we're really intentional about locating uses that are complementary to each other in close proximity. Trees and greenways, limit lot sizes, and that's really speaking to giving more of an opportunity for smaller businesses and not necessarily large box retail developers. Regional connections in order to promote mobility, and then varying square footages, again, to the same effect. It's important to note here that in terms of housing diversity, this really talks about different housing types, so single family, multifamily, as well as different price points in order to provide choices for a diverse population. So this really points to the recommendations bolstering the comprehensive plan. And in terms of what is intended to be used for this report, it's really a guide to inform and advocate and collaborate on the work around equity. And from a staff level perspective, we just want to acknowledge the CEDC as well as the current chair, Tanya, and I'll turn it back over to her for any closing comments.
Yep, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you for bringing me back, even though we didn't have a chance to present last time, but I appreciate you all letting us come back as well. And then if you all have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate you coming back to present this report. And thanks to all the Equitable Development Commission members. We appreciate all your work and recommendations. Based on the recommendations that Ms. Jameson had presented, I certainly appreciate childcare being one of the recommendations, because we know affordability and availability is certainly an issue, and it is certainly something that we need to address as part of our legislative agenda. And I know we have already included that as part of our legislative agenda, so it's great to see that. Also mobility, because we know that how important that is for a lot of residents. We got to make sure that people can get from point A to point B in an efficient and effective manner. So I would like to hear from committee members as to their feedback on those recommendations provided by Ms. Jameson. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this very detailed report. I have a couple of questions for clarification. So you gave us some pretty startling numbers. They're not in our PowerPoint regarding the closures of childcare centers. I want to get a better understanding of how you see the city in our role assisting, because I'm thinking it's really around land usage, even though we have language in our upcoming legislative agenda. I want to get an understanding from the committee's perspective how you see us really helping with that.
Yeah, land use is huge, and one of the things that we've been looking at and talking to the county about is how can we streamline this process of zoning? Where are the hangups when it comes to zoning? We hosted affordable housing developers and childcare developers earlier in the summer to talk about what are the challenges you're facing when it comes to being able to open up a new facility. And one of the complaints they had was that they would have one inspector or person come out one day, and then the next week when they tried to address those challenges, then they were told another set of challenges as well. And I just had a phone call, it's probably like 2 weeks ago, from a friend of mine who's got some friends who have childcare facilities, and they say that now, unfortunately, under the UDO, like the designation has changed, and so they are facing challenges around that as well. So getting some clarity and consistency when it comes to zoning, land use regulations around it would be very helpful.
Thank you for that, because that additional information, I believe, will help us as we have the conversation move forward. And really, for staff, when we look at the new recommendations regarding the equitable development standards for the upcoming transit projects, we also need to make sure that our regional partners are at the table, because they have the same concerns regarding access to land and whether or not we being government have an opportunity to make investments. So can we learn from the lessons from Blue Line and other areas with ensuring that our UDO language and other language codifies diverse price point housing along the rail for the entirety of it? So you all bringing these recommendations just help strengthen what I believe council is attempting to codify for staff when it comes time to that living document that we are trying to update. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. I appreciate you clarifying that. So did I hear Ms. Flores? Ms. Flores, are you from Planning Department?
No.
I'm from the Long Range Planning Division.
Oh, so that, okay. So do we have anyone in the room from Ms. Craig's department, who can address Councilmember Mayfield's question around planning and zoning and some of the red tape that we are hearing from small business owners who operate childcare centers.
We'll include. Are you prepared to talk about that, Kathy? I don't know if that's your area of expertise, or we can include it in a follow-up.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. If we can get a report on that, because Councilmember Mayfield is right, we are trying to figure out what role is council playing in this conversation. We all can understand that availability, affordability of childcare centers is certainly an issue. But I think addressing these regulatory issues, permitting, addressing red tape, and that's not just childcare centers. I hear that even from restaurant and bar owners, but that's for another day. But I think if we can get a report out, a presentation on that, that would be helpful rather than just a memo, because certainly Ms. Jameson has raised some valid concerns that I've also heard from small daycare operators.
And Ms. Brown had some questions, please.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
No, I have comments. I definitely second what Councilmember Mayfield said. Thank you, Madam Chair. And how are you today? Hope you're doing well. The presentation was excellent, amazing. And I just want to go on record with saying that, yeah, we need to move forward with, there's a lot of confusion. And we need to be able to fix it, and whatever that looks like, and whoever we need to start with so we can begin the process, so we can move forward with these great recommendations. And your team, thank you for coming back today. You did a great job presenting. It's clear, precise, and very understandable. And people listening should be able to understand as well that we do care. Our hands are tied because we got some confusion with the living document. I had someone reach out to me over the weekend about the UDO and some things that need to be addressed. So we really got to get on it because people are projects or things that need to move forward that are a necessity and that we cannot live without in this community to be able to move forward. We need to do that. So I hope we can get the ball rolling sooner than later. So that's all I have. But I did want to commend you for coming back, your patience and your expertise in how you present it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first echo Tanya. Thank you for coming back and giving this presentation. My first question is for staff, the capital project dashboard. Have we implemented that yet? Yes. We have?
Yes, sir, and we can send out a link.
Can you send us a link? Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
We don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know it was implemented. So if you can send out the link to us, and I think that's something we can share with our constituents. The Councilmember Brown question, and I remember she brought up in retreat, a lot of constituents don't know what we have accomplished. Right. And, we policymakers didn't know, so that's great. Number two, we've been trying to do this, and Tanya, thank you for highlighting this again. The CEDC and the NEST, prioritize, incentivize, implementing a housing lens to prioritize. I remember we went on an inner city visit to San Antonio, Texas, and we met with a planning department, and they talked about how they make affordable housing as a priority when it comes to rezoning. And I know it seems like we have tried different iterations, but I know I have my home run hitter here, Rebecca.
Yes,
and so if you all can have that conversation, Vice Chair in Housing, how we can make that a reality, that when it comes to rezoning and it's affordable housing, it gets in the top instead of the bottom. Let me just echo, Madam Chair, you say the same thing, and I play in this construction space. Tanya, you're right. We hear often about the inspectors. You get one on Monday, it's a different one on Wednesday. Yeah. You got a whole new set from Monday. He gave you 7 items. The person on Wednesday gave you 21. It is frustrating to our business culture, the way we are conducting business, and time is money to them. And so somehow I know we have tried, if we can have a group discussion with the city and the county when it comes to permitting and an inspection, I think the whole community would benefit from that honest conversation. Last but not least, so I feel like this is, you all are leaving us, so is the CEDC finished?
Yeah, CEDC, we wrapped up in August, and I think NEST is wrapping up. If they haven't wrapped up, they wrap up pretty soon, too.
So let me put this out, Madam Chair, to the committee. When you notice the first sentence they had, they talked about infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important in this council. We had a meeting last year in December about infrastructure. I see the need to keep this talent engaged. And so I would rather us have some discussion. Maybe we can do it at the committee breakout and see, does other council members see the value you all continuing? Infrastructure is not going away. As the 15th largest city in America, we have an infrastructure challenges, right? And to have experts still engaged in guiding us, I think it's a great opportunity for us. So I hope you all not too tired, that if this council want to pull you all back in, you all be ready to serve.
And if I may, that's a great idea to harvest them as a work group, similar to we did for the community input group.
Okay.
So when you have specific targeted things to
be
pull
able to
people
engage
together
them.
and then activate them.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
My last comment, if I may, and I'll shut up. Tanya, thank you for speaking about the transfer. We had a whole conversation about the red line. Your comment was very, it was what I say, what we need to hear from those who would like to participate. And you talked about mixed-use development at our station. I know my colleague here, she's passionate about making sure we have affordable mixed use at our transit stop. So that's what I'm saying. You all expertise and guidance to us need to be continuing. And with that, Madam Chair, I will shut up. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Last thing. Go to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
Yes.
So, Tanya, just for me, one thing I did not see was jobs. Can you talk about why jobs didn't score high? We have small businesses, but I think one thing we heard from some citizens, they want to work where, they want to live where their jobs are. So can you talk about why jobs didn't make tier 1, tier 3? Oh, I'm sorry.
Nice try,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tanya. See,
over the bus.
I was looking at him. I was going to jump in.
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
wanna
Yes,
interrupt.
ma'am. Can you
Sure.
just curious why jobs didn't come up?
Yeah, it's not that it didn't come up, it's just that it came up in a different, sort of in the capturing the small business aspect of jobs
Okay.
in small businesses.
Okay.
That doesn't, yeah, I don't think that was not a priority.
Okay.
It's just something that didn't get tiered, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause
It's definitely a priority for the
Yeah.
committee. We have committee members who talk all the time about wanting to have jobs and
Exactly.
economic development
Yes.
in the various neighborhoods and
Yes.
communities, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Just one, yeah, I just looked and I said, whoa. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So, great feedback from committee members.
Ms. Brown, I had
I
another
agree.
comment, please, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry?
Madam Chair, have another comment at your convenience?
Yes, let me just quickly, summarize a few things.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I forget. So, one thing I definitely agree with when Councilmember Mitchell mentioned about having a group discussion with the county on permitting issue. I think that would be important. I mentioned this earlier. I have heard from many restaurant owners, bar owners, just small businesses in general, including daycare centers, that permitting it's taking way too long. And there's just a lot of red tape that I think we got to address. We got to make sure there is streamlining. Happening. Also, I know that we are trying to figure out a system with Rebecca's help on affordable housing that my colleague had mentioned. If we can also do something similar for childcare centers, because I know that is an issue, because I have firsthand experienced that. It would certainly help us move the needle in the right direction. So I look forward to a follow-up report on that, a presentation on that. But, this committee is also not just budget and governance, but also intergovernmental relations committee. So I know we all have talked about having a joint meeting with our county commissioners. So if we can have a meeting specifically on the permitting process and what has been done to streamline, what are the recommendations that the staff has from the county and the city to streamline the process to address some of the concerns that Ms. Jameson had raised along with myself and Mr. Mitchell. I think that would be a great way to collaborate on and work with the county. And I see thumbs up from Councilmember Mitchell, and Councilmember Mayfield and Councilmember Brown. So this seems like a no-brainer. So if we can have a joint meeting, Mr. Heath, if you can just give us an update on that, that would be great. So with that, let's turn it over to Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Well stated. I just want to make sure that I'm clear when I hear that this member of talented and intelligent individuals are going to be leaving. They ended in August. And so for me, I heard Marie say activate, and I know that most of the time everybody's intentional. We are all busy, our hands are tied, but from a council member standpoint and sitting as one of the members of the body, we need to be intentional about making sure that this happens, and we need to move forward with whatever we need to do. For them being a working group, what does that look like? And when can we get that started? Because
So it would be more informal, not like one that has to go through the clerk and replace people on the seats. It would be a informal work group that when you had an issue that you wanted to capitalize on their expertise, you could ask them for their feedback on
But
it.
is that in place, or is it something we have to ask? Because I know that they're saying that so as a group, they're here for us, they were as of August. But now we're moving forward to an informal, how does that look? What does that look like? Is that gonna be something that's gonna be dormant and collect dust? Or we're gonna be able to really do something for it? with them
So
and move
that's the
forward?
point about collecting dust. So they don't want to just meet when they don't have a current charge. But if you have something that you would like them to look at, we can work that around like we did with the community input group. And I'll get you some more on the logistics or how that would actually work.
The way, if I may interject, the
Yeah,
way we did
please.
it when I co-facilitated one of the committees that you all did, looking at CMPD. It was around safety, looking at at CMPD. So we had an official.
I don't think I was here then.
Yeah, you weren't on the council then. It was like a couple of years ago. It was called SAFE. That's what the recommendations around violence interrupters and all that came out of. So we had a set amount of time that we were supposed to be meeting, and we did all of that.
Okay.
And then once that concluded, we put out our report. Chief would call us up. He would call us up through Willie every now and then and say, hey, we would like to get your recommendations on X, Y, Z. And so he would basically call the meeting as he needed recommendations, or he wanted some citizen input. So it was more of an as-needed basis, which worked out really well, because one of the things with these various commissions and committees that are citizen-led too is that if we have like monthly meetings or bi-monthly meetings, we just don't have the participation
Absolutely, I
consistently.
understand.
So but when you all call us and say, hey, we really want your input on this specific thing, then we have a lot more participation. It's a lot more active that way.
Would you do it virtually? Would you reach out to people through email, or you're trying to get?
Yeah, we would. This committee met more virtually. The next commission met, they had a system where they met 1 month virtual, the next month was in person. So it would just kind of depend on people's
I
availability.
understand, definitely. I just wanted to make sure that we could actually have.
Yeah, there's a model for it. It works, and we can get out real feedback to
Okay,
you all.
all right, so Marie, she answered my question, so that's great. I just want to make sure that we do have it, because this committee is going to be trying to move forward with some things and make sure that we can get some solutions and move forward and get some action going, because we don't just want to keep coming back and circling around and running around the block and get nothing done.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And Ms. Jameson, I was on the safety committee when you had led a group with recommendations on Safe Charlotte, and that worked pretty well. So I think if we have a similar model here, where it's on a needed basis, that would be great. I do see here, because we are talking about looking at the process, the permitting process between the city and the county, I think that could be part of the, I see this as one of the agenda items where what part of the process that we can improve on while working with staff. So more to come on that once we have this joint session with the city and the county, and we'll hear more about that. I know we have a second item, which is federal and state legislative agenda. And we have Mr. Fenton, who had provided us an overview of what that looks like at our last meeting. I know we had given him a lot of feedback. So today, Mr. Fenton will provide an update on all the questions that our committee had asked. So Mr. Fenton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your anniversary today. That's a very
Thank you.
special event. And committee, it's good to be back with you again today. We had a good meeting last month. Madam Chair is correct. I received a lot of feedback from you all. So I decided this time, maybe this old dog has learned a few tricks, maybe one trick I learned was I'm put all the feedback into the PowerPoint slide this time around, so hopefully I won't forget anything here. So what we're going to do is just do a little bit of a refresher here, and then we'll get into the federal and state agendas. Then we're going to ask you all to go ahead and make a motion to propose a set of legislative agendas to the City Council. And then tonight would be the time to report it out, and then later this month on November 25th, I would be making a presentation to the council about the proposed agendas. And then we'd be looking for a vote of the City Council in December 9th, I believe it is. So anyways, we're not through by any stretch of the imagination, so put your seatbelts on and we'll get going with this.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we do. All right. If you go to the two more slides one more. Yes, let's stay right here for a moment, just a little refresher. I'm sorry, Ms. Lou. Go back. Yeah, right. Stay right there. Again, we talked about this last month, and you all have seen this before, and simply legislative agendas are communication vehicles for you to communicate with our delegations in Congress and at the General Assembly. And in terms of the staff request that we brought to you last month, we try to stay with your established strategic priorities, and we look at things that are achievable in this political climate that we're in the economic climate that we are in from time to time, or the different climates we're in from time to time, and that we try to look for things that are actionable through legislation, budget requests, grant requests, et cetera. And then we always look for things to try to strengthen our relationships with legislators. So with that, then last month, of course, we presented, and go to the next slide, please. Start with the federal agenda. The first issue we had was mobility, and again, this position would continue your support for the federal program that provides local matches for local road and highway, public transportation, passenger rail, bicycle, pedestrian, and safety projects, which is up for renewal starting this coming session in Congress. That law actually expires on September 30th of 2026, about a year, a little less than 2 years away, but it takes a long time to get to legislation being passed. A lot of work goes in by the Congress. Yes, September 30th of 2026. So it's definitely a 2-year process at the very least for the Congress. So it's really vital that you all be talking about this with your congressional delegation in March when you're there for the congressional delegation briefings. And of course, there was no follow-up from the October 7th meeting that was noted. So with that, I'll go on to the next one, aviation. Same thing here. We didn't receive any follow-up from the October 7th meeting, and what we do foresee you continuing is your support of the Destination CLT Capital Improvement Program. You all may remember just recently that the Federal Aviation Administration did approve the letter of intent for the building of the 4th parallel runway. And what will need to happen now in the forthcoming years, or the coming years, I'm not sure exactly how many, but you need to ask for an appropriation for the project of Congress when you're at your congressional delegation briefings. And this is something that was done for the Blue Line project. You all may remember that. I'm looking at Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Mayfield when I say that. You all may remember from those years that we had the Blue Line extension being built, that we had to ask for an annual appropriation of our delegation. And again, there was no follow-up noted from the October 7th meeting. Moving on to talent and workforce development. This position continues your support for supporting changes in immigration policy and regulations, digital inclusion, and corridors of opportunity. And we are recommending adding in two things. One is support for the reauthorization of the, basically what we call the Workforce Development Act. And this is the act that directs funding to local areas to support your talent and business needs. And the second one is support the funding for childcare resources. As Ms. Jamieson noted in the presentation, a lot of money came through from ARPA and other federal programs during the pandemic. And now that money is running out. So there is a need, a real true need out there for additional resources. And there were no follow-ups noted from the October 7th meeting either. Moving on to public safety on the federal side, this would enable the city to advocate for additional resources for services that are provided at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport, as well as all airports around the country. The Transportation Security Administration, which we all have to go through at times. As we know, the staffing at those areas can be a little bit low at times. And then, of course, at your border security crossing at the International Arrivals Terminal, the Customs and Border Patrol staffing sometimes has an issue with that too, because officers are being sent around to different parts of the country for other needs. But anyway, so that's been problematic sometimes the last few years, so that would be a good thing to talk with your delegation about next year. And there was no follow-up from the October 7th meeting that was noted. And then on the federal environment issue, we have pretty much the same thing as you saw before. We talked about the environment is to support policies and funding so we can implement and meet the federal forever chemical mandates that are coming up. Then we did have a discussion about the request in here to advocate for protection from unreasonable liability for municipal drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, utilities, airport, fire, other services in relation to PFAS. And on that one, I know that Ms. Ajmira asked for a memo that the city attorney was preparing. And I know that Ms. James, deputy city attorney, is here. She'd be glad to answer any questions about that. And then another clarification that was needed, Mr. Mitchell, you asked about the landfill regulations, and the city attorney's office has that one as well for a response to you. And a clarification from staff. Since your last meeting, we've taken the liberty of changing that position statement to support funding to build sustainable infrastructure and for communities to meet federal mandates. There was a reference in there to lead service lines before, and there was a memo that came out from, I think it was from probably the communications department to council, but Charlotte Water had finished an inventory very, very recently of the lead service lines in our community. Found virtually nothing out there in terms of lead service lines that need to be replaced. So a request came in from the director of Charlotte Water to remove that from the proposed legislative agenda. And we've taken her up on that. Before I move on to the next one, were there any questions on the environment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fenton. I see Councilmember Mayfield has raised her hand. I just wanted to provide an update to committee members. I did have an opportunity to review a memo that was sent by the city attorney's office, and Mr. Baker did reach out to me as well earlier today, and that memo does clarify the rationale behind the need for protection, but I know that not all of my committee members have had an opportunity to review it. So since we have Ms. Lena James from the attorney's office. If she can just get the committee up to speed, that would be great. But let me make sure I get to Councilmember Mayfield's question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Dana, maybe I missed it, but when we go back to slide 7 under our legislative agenda, under the public safety support initiatives to reduce community violence, improve disaster preparedness, and administer justice fairly and quickly, I do not remember us having any conversations regarding supporting additional funding for border security provided by Customs and Border Patrol, including at U.S. international airports. I don't remember this committee or hearing that we've had any challenges with Charlotte Douglas International Airport regarding border control, and I'm very concerned about us adding legislative language into our policy that possibly could contradict what we have said as far as Charlotte being a welcoming city. So when did a need for additional border control, Customs and Border Patrol come to the forefront?
This came to me from my discussions with airport staff, with the person there who's responsible for intergovernmental relations.
Okay, so I had my meeting last week with staff, and we were together at the airport for about 2.5 hours, and this was not something that came up. So if we're going to be making a recommendation tonight, and as was mentioned, our Madam Chairwoman, she's celebrating their anniversary today, so she will not be getting the report out. I would like to hear from my colleagues, because I'm not comfortable with that particular language in here, when we as a committee have not had anyone actually present any data or any information to us asking for additional Customs and Border Patrol. I do know that there is a request for potential additional TSA agents just for the overall growth, but adding this specific language regarding Customs and Border Patrol, I have concerns about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Fenton, I do remember additional funding for TSA. The second bullet point, was it there when you did a presentation at our last committee meeting?
Yes, ma'am, you remember correctly. We had a presentation. We went over this, but I don't think I had these in separate bullet points. They might have been in the same bullet point, and everything can run together, and I apologize for that. That may have been the case.
So Councilmember Mayfield is correct. So this is a new item, or maybe it's just, I guess, more explicit than it was before. I'm trying to remember what we had.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Okay.
It was one bullet that read, advocate for appropriate levels of funding for airport security services provided by Transportation Security Administration and border security provided by Customs and Border Patrol, including at U.S. international airports.
So I want to make sure I understand the second bullet point. So when you say support additional funding for border security, so by Customs and Border Patrol, and since this bullet point request came from the airport, I'm assuming this is just for the airport? Or
Yeah,
it's just, airport is just one of the beneficiaries?
This is what happens with Customs and Border Patrol, and I'll get down to the real, I think what people are probably thinking. When there are problems at our southern border, agents from CBP postings around the country at international airports may be sent down to help out with that situation. So there is probably a need to have additional funding for that as well. But we certainly need to have, at Charlotte Douglas, we need to have additional staffing so we don't have those issues with wait times for people flying in from overseas.
Well, I understand that we need to make sure there is not a long wait time, especially for folks that are traveling from international flights, because I've seen that. So that's great. But I guess if we can just get better just clarification on what does this mean? Because border patrol means a lot of things,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's too
And
broad.
unfortunately, it has become politically divisive. So if we can just get a little bit more clarity around it, that would help all of us.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I use Customs and Border Patrol is because that's the name of the agency, and I didn't want to, I wanted to make sure I just stayed consistent with that. But I'd be glad to get more data from the airport on this.
Yeah, that would be great. If it's just to address the staffing shortage, I understand. But I just need to better understand to Councilmember Mayfield's point.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions on this, on what's been presented so far?
I got a question, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, so is that federal? I'm just curious because aviation, would that be federal, Dana? Instead of state funding, would that be federal?
Yeah, for the staffing, those are federal employees who are staffing those areas, so that would have to be a federal
Okay,
request.
that's what, I just want clarification on that, because I know dealing with the airlines and the airport, that's more federal. I don't see state at all with me.
You'll see a state role in a few more slides.
Okay,
But
all
anyways,
right,
we'll,
okay.
we'll get to that at that point. So,
All right, no problem. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Madam Chair, I'm fine. I just echo your comments as well as Councilman Mayfield on that second bullet.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Trenton, we can continue.
yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll go on. We'll get to the housing position under the federal one. That's slide number 9, Ms. Lou. Thank you. There we go. Great. Support the creation of more affordable and workforce housing opportunities that meet community needs. We talked about this last month as well. Continue your support for reforms to the housing voucher programs. And then we do need to have greater financial resources for various housing programs, which I've delineated there just as some examples. And again, there was no follow-up from the October 7th meeting that was noted. And Madam Chair, right there, that ends the federal agenda portion of the presentation.
So, Madam Chair, just one question, if I can, for,
Go ahead.
and Dana, I think we have Holland tonight. Just a curiosity, because I know workforce innovation. So, it's a support reauthorization. What's the funding level for the workforce innovation? Do we?
I don't have those figures with me.
Okay.
But it's something that I can get for you if you want
Okay,
to.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just information on it. Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to our state legislative agenda.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, next slide is mobility. And this would be essentially to advance the draft legislation that was approved by the City Council, I guess 2 months ago now, to enactment. We continue working with legislators, stakeholders, including the counties, the towns, the business communities, and all the other folks who are helping us out with this. And then, of course, at the same time, we would continue working on access to the portion of the O line that runs from the Mecklenburg-Iredale County line to downtown Mooresville. And there was no follow-up noted from the October 7th meeting. Next slide, please. And Ms. Brown, this is where aviation comes in at the state level.
Yes, sir.
There's a program at the state called the North Carolina Airport Improvement Program that provides dollars that are needed for capital improvements at all the commercial service airports here in North Carolina, all 10 of us. And Charlotte Douglas receives a pretty good chunk of money each year, about $35 million thereabouts. And most recently, the funding was going for the opening of that new concourse expansion at Phase 2. I can't remember what we call it now, but anyways, it was just the second set of 10 gates that was just recently opened. So that's been a great program. They've been able to use that for other things as well, and the agenda would continue your support for that. Okay. And again, there were no follow-ups noted from that meeting. And then the next slide, environment. Here we go. We made a change, a staff clarification change in the position statement, support growing communities and securing water resources. You may recall last time we had this specifically addressing the Charlotte Water Interbasin Transfer Request. And we learned since then that the town of Mooresville, just north of us, is requesting their own similar transfer request. So we thought there was an opportunity here to be able to support theirs as well as other growing communities. So hopefully we'll all be together in that big pool, no pun intended, of course. And that was the only clarification we need to make from that meeting. There was nothing noted from the October 7th meeting. And the next slide, please. Public safety, yeah, we talked a lot about this, and we've done a few things here. One thing, let me say right offhand, is that we've taken anything that could be construed as supporting the justice system, moved that to a separate slide, a separate position statement, so we don't need to get into that here. But Ms. Mayfield, you did have a question about the local authority to enact zoning restrictions around arcade gaming parlors, and the planning department, I know, is putting together a memo to send to the city council on that, hopefully this week. At the same time, their staff did take your suggestions and put into the hopper the idea of increasing the separation distance of these things from housing, from child care centers, from religious institutions, et cetera. So I think there's more to come on this, Ms. Mayfield, a lot more. So. And again, you had a request about the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We talked about that a few weeks ago, and you're all good, and I'm very glad to hear that. So, anyways, let's go on to the next slide, the court system. And this is where we put in a separate slide and separate position so that you all can discuss this in more detail and craft it the way you want it. And staff did reach out to the court system, specifically the district attorney, chief district court judge, and to the public defender's office for their 2025 legislative agendas. The only one we received back was from the district attorney, and he's looking for additional prosecutors' positions in the new year, and also I need to have some more resources to go along with that. For prosecutor staffing. They have a lot of different things that they're trying to solve for. They have increasing caseloads, they've got turnover, and then responsiveness to victims as well. He did note that the legislation of the last several years concerning victims' rights, that does require a lot more notification of people who have been victimized by crime. That does take a lot more time. It's nothing he's complaining about, it's just that it's the reality of reaching out to all those people is it takes time, and it takes people to do it. So, but other than that, Madam Chair, I think I might stop right there for a moment to see whether you have anything you'd like to say about this.
Yes, a couple of things. Thank you so much for including all of these questions. So let me get my notes here. Hold on just a second. So can we go to the previous slide where we had arcade games?
I'm sorry, Madam
Okay.
Chair, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so on this slide where we discussed arcade games, it's great to hear that our planning is looking at separation distance, and that's something we can do at the local level. Can we look at also our state ask? Because currently there is a loophole into the system which is based on skill. And I know we asked specifically to look at that as to how we can close that loophole and have some sort of clarity around how these businesses are operated.
Thank you for the question. On that loophole around games of skill, they become games of chance. And I've heard a lot of different reasons for that. One is that there may not be enough regulation, you're right, at the state level, but also at the same time is that a lot of the operators of these parlors will change the machines themselves and make them into games of chance. And I know that there was a state Supreme Court decision on this stuff last year, which is muddied up the water somewhat, I guess. But one thing that the General Assembly has been looking at, frankly, has been trying to legalize these things, to put regulation around them tighter, to bring in, to get rid of the operators who try to prey. Now, that's kind of like a several-year thing that the General Assembly is probably looking at before if it were to become law to regulate them, it would take several more years probably. But there has been legislation filed a few times in the last 2 sessions, at least once in each of the last 2 sessions, that has not gone too far because of the aversion to gambling from some folks here in the state.
So I understand, Mr. Fenton, that this legislation hasn't gotten a lot of traction in Raleigh, but we know that it certainly has had an impact on our low-income communities because this businesses prey on very marginalized communities. And we have seen where we are investing through our corridors of opportunities in these areas. However, I feel like because of this arcades and fish tables and some of these businesses, it's undoing our investment. So I think even though we may not get traction this year, but I think it's important to show our community that we are taking this issue seriously. I tell you, from my home to the government center, I at least pass by 2 arcade tables with neon lights, and it is a nuisance for many of our neighbors. Because of these businesses, other businesses are not want to stay out of these areas because they don't want this kind of businesses nearby. So when we are trying to bring economic opportunities and jobs in our corridors, but where these businesses are located, it really makes it difficult for us. So I am appreciative of what we are looking at the local level, a possible solution. But I think we do need some support from Raleigh to address this persistent issue.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I too, whenever I go home at night, I can see the flashing lights of these parlors. There's at least 3 of them on my way home. So yeah, I get it, and I know that they do prey on marginalized communities. I don't know what the impact is, frankly, dollar impact, but nonetheless, I do know that, again, the planning staff is putting together a more comprehensive memo that explains more of it to you. So it may be helpful to receive that memo back, but in terms of what we would put into the state legislative agenda for this, we could change that line up there that says monitor discussions occurring at the General Assembly. Is not sure what we would put in there, but anyways, I guess we could wait until the memo is done before that is done. Or that.
Yes, yeah, that's fair enough. I think the memo will probably address some of our questions, and maybe with this new language, we might be able to address over concentration of arcade tables in certain parts of our city. And if there is a gap, we can address it. So who is the staff resource that's working on this?
Well, I know it's coming, the memo's coming from the planning director, Allison Craig. I'm not sure whether there's a certain person who's been assigned to this as of yet.
Okay, because I know that CMPD has advocated for some sort of regulations for these businesses because CMPD had put out a statement how these businesses are crime spots, and where they have reported rapes, grand theft. I mean, I can go on and on about a lot of crimes that have been reported. So this is a public safety issue that CMPD also has vested interest in addressing. So if we can make sure that we loop our CMPD team so that if there is a gap, they can help us address it and maybe come up with a language for our state legislative agenda after we receive the memo from Allison Craig.
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I did talk with the chief last week about this, and certainly these, I read the articles, I saw the statistics, but I don't know what the answer is, frankly. I guess I'm struggling a little bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, because what I was, Mr. Fenton, as I was researching this issue more, what I learned, this is just based on CMPD's report, that because there are no regulations surrounding arcade gaming parlors, they are operated just based on skill. What is happening is that even if there is a payout, they don't have to necessarily send this payout. Some of these business owners are holding the payout from so that community members will not speak up. And we have also heard from CMPD where some of these businesses are operating, they have so many violations, whether that's code violations, fire code violations, I mean, just the number of violations that business continues to operate under. So I can certainly send a report that CMPD had provided with all list of, certainly a laundry list of items that we got to address around this issue. So I appreciate Councilmember Mayfield for raising this and really highlighting this issue because it plagues our low-income communities. That's all I have on this item.
Madam Chair, Mr. Easterling from Checkmate Government Relations is here. He's one of our state lobbyists. He just wanted to say something that might be able to clarify the situation.
Yeah, so.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is an issue that the state has been aggressive in trying to reach a resolution to. This is a business that, as it currently exists, provides billions of dollars in unchecked, unregulated revenue that goes God knows where. So I think you're echoing a concern that we see from multiple municipalities, local chiefs, local county sheriffs, and we've really have our team been involved in those conversations. I suspect we've had this past legislative session more movement on this conversation than we've had in the past 10 years. And, you know, with this discussion and as we continue to monitor it, I am confident that the state is going to reach some kind of resolution when it comes to updating the statute about, in terms of prosecution, where these kind of games would be legal. I think you'll probably see a bill where you're not going to see these arcades existing anymore, that these games would be attached to an institution's liquor license or their ability to sell lottery, and so they would not be popping up in all different parts of the communities. But I imagine that there will be some kind of response and update to the statute during the course of the next legislative session.
Oh, that's great to hear. I appreciate you providing an update on that. And so, you know, I'm not advocating for completely shutting down these businesses. What I'm advocating for is finding that middle ground where our community feels safe, where these businesses are located, whether there are regulations around how these businesses should be operated and how the payout should go out and so on. So if you can provide language when that becomes available for us, that would be great. But in the meantime, I would like us to include this in our state legislative agenda before we adopt our federal and state legislative agenda by end of this year, because we will have our memo from planning this week. So that gives us sufficient time for us to include this, because I hear from neighborhoods and they feel like we haven't done our part. So we may not get a lot of traction, but at least we need to show them that we are advocating for this at the state level. And that's all I have on this. I do wanted to ask you about resources for the district attorney's office. Can you go back to that slide, please?
Madam
yeah,
Chair, just quickly, we still have at least 5 more slides in this, and it's 3:15, and we still have another item.
I know, but the thing is, federal and state legislative agenda, we had a lot of questions. So I want to make sure that we do get these questions addressed, and we can go past 3:30 up to 3:45, is that correct? If you are all okay with it?
Yes, ma'am. 3:45 is the latest. We need to evacuate the room so the other committee can set up.
Okay, so the next question I have is about the DA's office. Can you go back to that slide?
Yes, I think we're on that slide right now.
Okay, so did we get, okay, right here. So are we including this in our state legislative agenda?
If the committee so desires.
Yes, I would like to add this to our state legislative agenda. I would love to hear from my colleagues so that we are supporting our district attorney's office, because we have heard from Chief Jennings as to how they are having to deal with the backlog at the DA's office, and that certainly impacts CMPD's resources. But that's all I have. So committee members, if you could also provide your recommendations on this item, if you're okay with us including it. So,
Madam Chair, I saw one thumbs up. I see two.
okay, all right. So I guess we do have the majority. All right. Anything else, committee, on these items? Okay, so let's move forward.
All right. Thank you. The next slide, Madam Chair, from a discussion I had with Ms. Mayfield just a few weeks ago, she wanted to have some consideration of additional position related to housing in the state legislative agenda. There is one in the federal legislative agenda, but there is not one in the state agenda. And I've outlined kind of maybe a long way here, but that the General Assembly has never really been too friendly to the needs that generally local governments believe are needed to bring to the housing issue. And they have focused more on marketplace reforms that are brought forth by the development industry and so forth. So that's why we didn't have anything in there, but I know that Ms. Mayfield wanted to talk about that for a few minutes.
Go ahead, Ms. Mayfield.
Madam Chair, for the sake of time, I'll defer.
All right. Next.
All right, Madam Chair, that we've gone through the federal and state legislative agendas, and now's the time for committee action. And you have no amendments to what was provided. You got the first amendment at the first motion at the top, and if you have some changes to make, we can use the second one there. And but let me go real quick. We have before. I'm sorry. Can you go one more slide, Ms. Lou? Let me just take you through the next steps, and then we'll go back to the committee action. Tonight is the report out. Then again, November 25th is the action review where staff presents. And then December 9th is when this council considers and adopts the legislative agendas. But you have one more crack at this probably on December 2nd. If there's any feedback from the council at the November 25th action review, then it would probably come back to the committee on December 2nd, Monday, December 2nd. So, and Ms. Lou, if you just go back one slide. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I think that completes my part, and I'd be glad to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for this detailed presentation and for addressing all of committee's questions and concerns. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So the item about additional resources for the district attorney's office, would that be considered an amendment?
No, ma'am. It's in here. It was.
Okay.
It was. Yeah, I'll just clarify that. You know, we thought we were addressing it through the previous public safety position. You all didn't. All didn't see it that way, so we put in there as a separate one. We did it on our own volition, so it's basically a staff recommendation. So it's no amendments required for that.
Got it. So with that, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Okay.
So the question that I asked earlier, which I think would fall under the category of an amendment, is for us to remove the support additional funding for border security provided by Customs and Border Patrol, including at U.S. international airports on a federal level, since that's part of our 2025 federal legislative agenda, for us to remove that until we can have further communication for why that would be a part of our legislative. I believe that one would be an amendment.
Ms. Mayfield, Madam Chair, we'd be glad to take that out voluntarily, but, you know, I'm Xing it out right now from my slides, so.
So
I
if
think
we-
Mr.
Whatever way you want to do it, we'd be glad to go along
Madam
with it.
Chair.
So, Ms. Mayfield, well, I was going to suggest that since we do have a couple of outstanding items where we are waiting to hear from staff with additional information and clarification, Border Patrol is one. Second is a hearing from the planning on arcade games. And I know we have two pending items, so would it make sense, Mr. Fenton, for us to just come back on December 2nd once we have memos from staff members so that we can study it and adopt it all together? But in the meantime, we can provide an update to our colleagues later today on what we discussed.
Madam Chair, may I ask a clarifying question before Mr.
Yes.
Fenton answers, and help me understand? If I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Fenton, you want committee action from us that day. You
Today,
gave us
yes.
one or two, if no amendments, or if one or more amendments. What we identified regarding the DA is not an amendment. You stated that you'll remove the piece. Even with us moving with a committee action, say it was if no amendment, and we motion a second, we still have an additional opportunity, what did you say, December 10th, to make further adjustments.
Yeah, I need to clarify that, Ms. Mayfield. I'm glad you brought that question up. Usually, we reserve the meeting after the action review to focus on issues that have been brought up by the city council, basically non-committee members generally, at the November 25th action review. It could be committee members too. There may be something that has come up in the meantime. But generally, we get the things that we usually take back to the committee after the action review are things that non-committee members have brought up.
So we need, again, for clarification, you want us to actually, from committee, so that we can get it to full council to have the discussion, you would like for us to actually move on a committee action today?
Yeah, yes, that would be the preferred way to do it. But at the same time, you know, if you wanted to wait until December to make a recommendation to council, that will put your calendar back for adoption in January. And that'll put you really close to the beginning of the state legislative session.
Madam Chair, Sean Heath also had a comment.
Mr. Heath,
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to suggest one path forward would be for you to recommend the proposed state and federal legislative strategies as presented tonight with two qualifications. One is additional information on the one component piece related to customs and border security, where you need additional information to decide if you want to keep it in. And the second qualification is additional information related to arcade gaming parlors, because with the additional information, you want to decide whether to add something to your agenda. So that may be the cleanest path forward to keep this moving along, but to be responsive to the two items that you've expressed questions about. Thank you.
And I could just say, the follow-up to what Mr. Heath had to say about the arcade gaming, I've enlisted Mr. Easterling behind me to try to come up with a new position statement there to help incorporate that. So you might be seeing something like that from us. But yeah, I completely agree with Mr. Heath, what he had to say.
okay, committee members, are you all okay with the path forward that Mr. Heath had suggested?
I think you
Okay,
got
great.
three, yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, Mr. Heath. No wonder you are the ACM and the point of contact for this committee. I appreciate, I think we have a path forward. Councilmember Mayfield will provide an update today to full council with everything we discussed and specifically highlight those two items.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So
Thank
do
you,
I have a
committee.
motion? Do I have a motion? Do I need a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion with no amendments and, let me go to the exact motion. I'll move that the proposed 2025 federal and state legislative agendas be adopted as the Budget, Government, and Intergovernment Relation Committee proposed for 2025, and with additional information about the arcade and the the U.S. International Airport information provided to the committee.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right.
Good
So
job,
we have it unanimous, perfect.
Thank you,
All right,
committee.
let's. Thank you, Mr. Fenton. I appreciate all your hard work. And thank you, Mr. Easterling, for being here. All right, last, we have enhancing MWSB e-participation in our capital investment plan. So I will turn it over to Mr. Heath to introduce the staff, and then at the end of the presentation, let's write down all of our questions so that we can go through this presentation and address all the questions at the end.
Thank you, Chair Ajmira. And Chair, we have a decision point here that we need some guidance on, just given that it's 3:25, and even if we extend the meeting for 15 minutes, it wouldn't be possible for us to get through all of the prepared content. So option A, and I'm just going to give two, but option A is the preferred option. There's one piece at the beginning of this presentation related specifically to the earlier engagement of CBI, which is something we know the committee has expressed a real interest in. We believe that Steve Coker could cover that in about 5 minutes or so, and then we would just stop there for any questions that you may have. Option B would just be to punt the whole thing to next month. So I'm in favor of option A, but obviously we're at your direction.
Committee members, are you all okay with option A? If you can raise your hand, if you're okay with option A.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question? Can we have a third option, hit option A, but be prepared to be number one for our next meeting? So that be the compromise? Because we want to get into this, but we keep running out of time. And I don't want to miss the good information that you all are doing. How do you feel about that, Madam Chair?
I think that's fair because that's what we have done previously at last committee meeting. If you all remember, we had this topic as our second topic. So yeah, I'm fine with keeping it as our number one topic for our next meeting, but are you all okay with option A?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Heath.
Okay, good. Well, having said that, just real quickly, joined here by Monica Allen, new Assistant City Manager. Great to have Monica here with CBI, among other departments, are in her portfolio. Stephen Coker, leading our CBI efforts. Phil Rieger with General Services, which includes procurement and construction, et cetera, et cetera. And we also have Adam Phipps, who you met at the beginning of the meeting with infrastructure strategies. He's been involved in the mobility efforts, and it just so happens he has a good background and some expertise in these areas as well. So he's been kind enough to jump in and help us with our thinking along these lines. So with that, I'll hand it over to Steve Coker.
Thank you, Sean. Madam Chair, congratulations, happy anniversary. Of course, esteemed committee members, pressure's on, 5 minutes. We've outlined an agenda that we think is going to give you a good sense of what we've covered over these last few months. Specific to today, we're going to talk about the progress to date, opportunities and actions, the capital planning and project delivery workshop that we just did, the road to growth with the general CIP pilot framework and project delivery methods, and then what's next, the path forward, next steps. Next slide, please. This seed was planted with the mayor. She referred us to this committee, and in June, we presented the road to growth with a pilot framework. And I'll say one thing about framework. When we talk about all the best practices that are out there, many of which you've asked for, and I think you'll see that we've delivered. That framework is really what will separate us from other cities and make us a model for MWSBE engagement and participation. We introduced the general CIP as far as MWSBE master utilization plan concept. And then over the summer, we initiated the pilot. We targeted 10 projects. We learned a lot of lessons. We made some significant progress. We held a CBI outreach event and webinar, which was very successful. And then in September, we had, as you may recall, a small committee group meeting with a couple of the committee members. And then we engaged with our minority trade associations, namely MMCA, which is the black contractors, and then HCAC, which is the Hispanic contractors. And then, of course, our very capable CBIAC members, we engaged with them and gave them a sense of what's happening and how they could support the effort. Then in October, we met with you, and it seems like that was just last week. We reviewed the CBI and procurement policies and procedures, and a lot of this stuff that we talk about is baked into that, but we wanted to really move it to the point of implementation. And then we reviewed the Road to Growth pilot framework and the preliminary results. Next slide. Opportunities and actions. If I could stick with the opportunities column there, early engagement, project development, targeted outreach, remove barriers. You hear this all the time, but what's the action that follows? That actions column, we integrated CBI in a better place as far as project planning phase. We administered the pilot project framework that focus on increasing project opportunities. And then we engage with our consultant, Meriwether, who administers our contractor development program. We use them in so many different ways, and they supported us with a major strategic outreach to better connect the opportunities to our MWSBEs. Removing barriers, we've been working really hard to make sure that happens, improving the procurement process. Thank you very much, Sheila Anderson, for your support. We've offered the bid opportunity preparation training, which is crucial, providing bonding support with our contractor development program, and encouraging licensing and certification, which is a necessary element to the work that we're doing. Next slide. Early engagement. So the goal here was in a workshop was to identify and establish strategic entry points for CBI involvement to enhance departmental guidance and enable early engagement opportunities. This was a workshop that was administered by our consultant, Adam Phipps. We walked through the MWSBE best practices and effective strategies for inclusion. Of course, there's that word again, or multiple word, early CBI engagement. Adam demonstrated where CBI currently exists, and he recommended a place where we should go. You'll see how that's illustrated. Again, that's something you've asked for. And then we offered a clearer point for CBI to guide departments at critical project milestones. You see that picture that was taken by Adams. He's conspicuously missing in the photo. But this was represented by our city manager's office, aviation, CATS, of course, CBI, CDOT, Charlotte Water, the city attorney's office, general services, and strategy and budget. A nice gathering. We met a couple hours, and Adam walked us through a very nice and solid presentation. Adam, if you can just kind of chime in, if I'm missing anything, I'd like to hear your voice on that workshop.
Yeah, happy to, Mr. Coker, and committee, thank you for having me here today. It really was an effective workshop. I mean, to Mr. Coker's point, we had engagement across the city. I think it's always important to recognize that when we talk about the small business community, when we talk about the disadvantaged business community, they see the city of Charlotte as a single client. And at times, we often look at ourselves as multiple different clients, whether that be Charlotte Water, whether that be aviation, whether that be Charlotte Department of Transportation. We had everybody in the room. A couple really great takeaways that I had from the workshop was, one, we got to a consensus, we got to alignment around where this early engagement should take place, and specifically how that aids in the capacity building conversation that I know this committee has talked about in the months prior, and is certainly critical for continued success as it relates to capital project delivery into the future for the city of Charlotte. Other than that, one item that I really want to bring to everyone's attention that was a strong takeaway that I was really excited to hear is everyone agreed that we want to create an environment where the city of Charlotte is an owner of choice, where industry has the opportunity to engage across different sectors of government, across different sectors within the private realm. We want them to look at the city of Charlotte as an owner that gives that opportunity, gives that visibility into the pipeline of opportunity, that has reduced barriers and is really an incubator specifically for disadvantaged business. And so it was exciting to hear that. This was not a workshop where we talked about things without getting into the depth. There was times where there was some uncomfortable conversation. I was happy to see every department truly engage and speak their concerns, speak the opportunities that they saw, and was very excited about the outcome. Thank you, Mr. Coker.
Thank you, Adam. Next slide, please.
And I think our shot clock's running, so this may be the last one.
Okay.
Okay, this is it.
Really quick. Next slide. This slide right here is just a good, solid illustration of what I'd call a project timeline, starting from initiation, going all the way to program closeout. And if you could focus your attention to where that green diamond is at the top of the page there, that's where we currently sit. Adam really took a deep dive into all of those components and suggested or proposed that CBI engage much earlier at the planning stage. As you know, that's where assessments can happen at a very critical level. We can gather data, we can look at the preliminary budget and schedule, and then of course CBI can engage in the most meaningful way to get a better result for our certified firms and make our program much stronger. I'll leave it at that.
Chair Ajmira, that concludes what we can really reasonably cover today.
It looks like we lost it. Councilman Mitchell?
Okay.
They figuring it out. Go ahead.
Okay. So I know I'm gonna be sensitive to the time. We lost the chair?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Who are they trying to bring this
Oh, we still
slide?
got three.
Okay.
No, she's there, but I don't know where.
Okay. So can we bring up the last slide, Marie? We'll start there.
We'll never have enough time to do
Okay.
I mean, that's the hard part. Only have 2 hours.
it. I know, just
It's
can't
based on our questions.
get nothing done, though. It's so frustrating.
So I like the motion we made that we'll make this the first topic in our December meeting. So let me just stick with this CBI engagement. So Adam, thank you, sir, for taking something. I think it was important for a lot of us to put CBI up front. And so instead of number 4, they in between initiation and planning. So they like 1.5 as opposed to 4. So that's tremendous progress, how we feel, how CBI need to be important. So Steve, here's a couple of questions, just so I'm clear. In initiation, we say identify projects define the purpose and need. Who determines the construction method? Are we doing that in initiation, or are we doing that in planning? And what I mean by construction method, are we saying this is hard bid, CM mid-risk, or design build bid? So which box is a construction method determined?
Now, I'm not going to give you a definitive answer, but I can take my partner here, Phil, and talk about where it typically happens and perhaps in light of what we're talking about here, where it should sit.
Right, so planning is where that really happens. You can think of planning like this is where your advanced planning for a project occurs. You're starting to get into the very preliminary design, and as you're starting to understand that project and what the project scope is, you're starting to think about delivery method and the best way to deliver that project to meet all the project goals. Just project initiation is happening in the departments. These are like when let me take CDOT as an example because I used to work in CDOT.
Okay.
This is where they're evaluating crash data or traffic counts, and they're starting to look at the entire system and conceptualize where do we need to make improvements.
Okay.
And they do some very preliminary feasibility testing.
Very early, okay.
Right, very early on. They're not really projects yet, they're
Right.
ideas.
Yeah.
When they hit planning, they're a project.
And so let's stay with the construction delivery method. So once at the planning phases, there's a determination we're going to do CM mid-risk. The department signs off. In this new process, will CBI sign off as well, or we're going to leave it at the department level?
No, that'll be happening collaboratively. We're going to, CBI is going to become a part of the team.
Okay.
During the planning stages, a team is formed.
Okay.
And so it is either, if we're talking about horizontal projects, it's either CDOT and General Services and CBI coming together and looking at the components of the project. In the cases of a vertical project,
Right.
it would be our client department, whether it would be police, fire, or any other department where we might be building a building. And again, a team is formed,
Okay.
and we
So-
start to do that work.
But Phil, when you have 5 cooks in the kitchen, you need 1 chef. One person, this council going to hold responsible for who determined that method. So I like the team concept, I like the collaboration. But when we sit down there and we're going to have problems with participation, we need to be able to point to one person who made a decision. So would that be CBI or would that be a department?
No, it's, you put me in a position where there's really not an answer. It is a collaborative. And it's not necessarily the department, because General Services and CBI together, General Services is ultimately responsible for the delivery of the project. In other words, making sure the project gets delivered the way the project was scoped, right? So CBI and General Services would work together to make sure that we choose a delivery method that would maximize across a lot of priorities, including utilization.
So for stormwater, CDOT, and economic development, General Services still responsible for the participation?
General Services is responsible for CDOT projects.
What about economic development?
Economic development, those
Like Spectrum,
like Spectrum.
the Panther Stadium.
So those are a bit special. The rules and the laws around what latitude we can give our tenants, in some cases, differ for the stadium and for the arena. For the arena has to follow our procurement rules, right? And those, and the deal defined for the arena is a development deal that is a collaboration between economic development or city attorney's office or city manager's office, working with the Hornets or the Panthers. General Services role, after the project is defined, is really to facilitate getting the contractor paid, or in this case, the Hornets paid. They do work.
Right.
We review the work
and we
make
issue
sure
the
that
check.
work really happened.
Right.
Help them either get reimbursed or paid.
Okay. So I'm just sticking on participation.
Yep.
I understand the work. End of the day, we, this council, need one person who's going to stand up there before us on city council and explain how the 10% goal was established, and we only had 3.5. Is that CBI or is that general services?
Well, I will say from a compliance standpoint, we own it. And so CBI will walk you down the path of what's happened every step of the way.
You own the goal participation?
I own the goal setting and the compliance leading up to the result.
Okay.
The whole department, not just you as one person.
Well, the entire office.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Um,
I'm being
if
sensitive. It's 3:44, so I'm gonna be quiet and wait till December.
No, if I may suggest, I know this is a topic that that you are certainly very passionate about. Is it possible for us, if Mr. Cocker and Mr. Heath and others, if you all can meet with Mr. Mitchell ahead of time and get some of these questions addressed, we can use the committee's time more effectively. Alternatively, we can have a whole committee meeting just on this topic. Because what I sense here is that this topic, we have been discussing it for almost 3 to 4 meetings now. And we haven't been able to provide recommendations out. So either we need to have one meeting just on this, or second, have a separate meeting and address a lot of these granular questions and then bring this presentation to the committee. And other committee members can join into this meeting with Mr. Mitchell. But I understand some of these questions are very detailed because Mr. Mitchell has the industry knowledge and understands the intricacies behind the whole process. So if I can just quickly hear from what do you suggest, Mr. Mitchell, and some of our other colleagues?
Councilmember Mayfield had a hand up, so I don't want to dominate. Oh,
I was just saying that you and I mean,
okay.
Okay, so Mr. Heath, if you can set up a separate meeting with Councilmember Mitchell and Mayfield on this topic, and if they can at least see a copy of the presentation ahead of time and get some of their questions addressed, so we can use this committee's time more effectively. I'm learning a lot about the industry through this presentation, but I'm not an expert like Mr. Mitchell is.
Correct.
So, like, you know, for an example, a lot of the auditors' meetings, I tend to meet with auditors separately because I tend to have a lot more questions. So I think this would just help.
That sounds like a wonderful idea, and we will put it in place for this month.
All right, well, that's
next
great.
meeting?
So hopefully we'll cut,
advance of December.
we'll have a short meeting at our next session. So with
Great.
that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, you do.
So moved. Second.
Third, fourth,
All
and
right.
fifth.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
short meeting at our next session. So with
Great.
that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, you do.
Thank you, everyone. Apologies on starting a little late. I am LaWanna Mayfield. I serve as Vice Chair of our Housing, Safety, and Community Council Committee. We are going to quickly go around the room, starting with to my left. Once we go around, we will jump right into those online.
Councilmember Tijuana Brown, committee member.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Justin Harlow, Nest Commission.
Stacy Bridges and Livian.
Meacham and Libyan.
Allison Craig, Planning Director.
Erin Chantry, Planning, Design, and Development.
Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, but almost getting to you. I got 4 more people, Councilmember.
Nan Peterson, Planning Department.
Lindsay Reeser, Greater Charlotte Apartment Association.
Anna Schloinis, City Attorney's Office.
Danielle Frazier, Office of Workforce Development.
Those members online? Councilmember Johnson? We heard you a minute ago. It seems like you may have lost your sound. It's showing muted on our end. No, because we've seen her, so we can still identify that Councilmember Johnson's here. We just need to give her some assistance to help with getting her online.
All right.
So we are going to be very respectful. We have 2 very important discussions today. We are going to get an update from our Nest Commission, where we have joining us today both Kim Graham and, did I see Kim? No, we're going to have Dr. Justin Harlow, former council member. Thank you for joining us, and it is going to be led by our fearless leader, Rebecca Hefner, and then we will go straight into our choice neighborhoods and the Libyan partnership update that will be led by both our team lead, Warren Wooten, and Mr. Fulton Meacham of Libyan. So with that, I turn it over to you, Ms. Hefner.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. I'm excited to be here today to have Justin share with you all the final recommendations from the Nest Commission. Kim Graham, who was co-chair along with Justin, had a family emergency today and is unable to join us, but she sends her regards to Council Committee. And I will just confirm that she was fully engaged throughout the process, and as she hates to not be with us today. So the Nest Commission has finished off its 3-year assignment. And I know you have heard a lot about the work they're doing along the way, but we are excited to be able to present the final report and today some final recommendations from the Nest Commission. So I'm going to hand it over to Justin Harlow for the presentation, and I'll make a few other comments at the end.
Dr. Harlow, before we get started, I think Councilmember Johnson had the ability to come in. Councilmember Johnson, did you want to check in? And I know we have a delay. Nope, her internet's still out. All yours.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. It's been, I think, maybe, 6 months since Nest reported back to the HSC committee, and this is our final report. As Rebecca mentioned, this term for the Nest Commission was started in late 2021, early 2022, born out of the adoption of the Comprehensive 2040 Plan. I do want to acknowledge, I don't see any of our commission members in here, but our 15-member commission was meeting every other month. We met in smaller subcommittee work groups on the other every other month, but in person collectively every other month over the past 3 years. And we are proud of the work we've been able to recommend and present. And we thank the council, this committee first and the full council, for many of the adoption of the recommendations. We'll go through kind of all of that in a summary with a few recommendations, a few final recommendations at the end.
Just say next slide.
Oh, yeah. Next slide, thank you. So I know there's a lot of paper here. We've got some summaries and some recommendation reports, very nice color stuff. But so today we'll kind of just map through kind of where we started and where we're finishing up. Walk you through kind of a journey map and then some final recommendations and some closing thoughts. These pictures are just from various kind of workshops, and the city loves the term charrettes, right? Over the course of these 3 years, that top left photo is most of our commission there. And so again, just proud to have worked with these hardworking community members, volunteer community members. We thank them for their time over these past 3 years. Next slide. We were charged with establishing and reviewing and recommending specific anti-displacement strategies and tools to help protect residents from that are particularly in moderate and high vulnerable areas of displacement. And so we've made many of those recommendations over the past 3 years. Next slide. We first met in February of 22, and we kind of used that first few months as really a way to kind of get everyone on the same page. We did a big UDO summit. We kind of developed work plans over that late spring and early part of the summer, and then we presented that work plan here in August of 2022, and then kind of really got to work pretty much all of last year and this year in 2023 in developing a true anti-displacement strategy, kind of a policy document. We hired HR&A consultant that helped us through the early part of 2023 to kind of get all of our work plan thoughts and our ideal strategies, also bringing in other work plans and policy documents that the city has already kind of adopted to make sure we weren't reinventing the wheel, but also not stepping on any toes with policies that the council was already working under. And that final strategy was presented and adopted by this committee and presented to the full council in June of 2023. We then came with our first slate of recommendations last year, late last year, that was really looking at the ARPA dollars that were remaining. So we appreciate the $6 million ARPA dollar investment for various anti-displacement programs that included House Charlotte Plus, expansion, kind of recapitalizing, expanding the acquisition, rehab, and repair program, implementing kind of a revamped accessory or pilot accessory dwelling unit program, and then some other kind of technical assistance things around access to services for neighborhood associations and also community groups that were already doing some of this anti-displacement work. Most recently, well, let me skip over the tax relief portion from last January too. Everyone knows I like tax relief, but $4.2 million there. We do appreciate that. That was kind of trying to get ahead of the 2023 revaluation and linking that to the Mecklenburg County Homes Program, which you see now the county's really kind of running with that as they have, the bulk of the property tax burden. And so, senior citizens over the age of 60, I believe, or 65, and in certain AMI levels are able to benefit from that tax relief option. Earlier this year, one of our most recent recommendations, kind of just changing and amending a little bit the transit-oriented development, the TOD fee in lieu program. I'll talk a little bit about that in future slides. And then, of course, tomorrow, the housing bond hopefully will get adopted. And we and many others, many in this room, other community groups, other city groups and things were big advocates for increasing the bond ask to $100 million. And we also do hope that somehow in the future, understanding budget constraints and all of that, the city can find a way to continue funding housing bonds. All right, let's go to the next slide. So we've got a few final recommendations that we feel are really kind of can supplement what the city is already doing. Our whole goal in this 3-year process was really about, can we add new tools into this large toolbox that we reach into for a variety of housing needs? Can we sharpen the tools, if you will, that are already in the box? And so some of these final recommendations are that the city is doing a lot of investment. We know that Charlotte is really at the forefront. We know that other cities look to us for the best practices, particularly around affordable housing. And so we want to continue to be a part of that and be a leader for a municipality. Mixed income communities, we talk about this a lot. We know often that the focus has been on, sometimes the focus has been on just, below 30% AMI or, the workforce part of it, the 80% and above. But truly, mixed income communities are what make for vibrant communities. To steal from your term, Councilwoman Mayfield, diverse price point. I haven't heard you say that in a long time. So, I think I heard that first in this room a long time ago, like 5 years ago. But all that being said, advancing opportunities to just co-locate housing with municipal facilities. The Nest Commission truly believes that all of our government entities, municipal entities, the school board, the county, and the city, just aren't doing enough. And that's not to say we're not doing anything, but just not enough when we look at, our school board is one of the largest landowners in the city, or in the county. And, we know that they're doing some pilot things right now with housing, with teachers, and we commend and applaud that. We do believe that all of these municipal entities should be really, really intentional. And if there's one thing I can leave you with, it's that. The land often is the hardest part, right? And, that whole housing formula, the land is sometimes the toughest thing to make the whole thing pencil. But when you've got municipal agencies and entities that own the land already, and we all are out to kind of, for the most part, support the same goals around housing and mixed income communities, we would highly encourage, from a Nest Commission recommendation, to first conduct a feasibility analysis to establish kind of a public development model. The city kind of has its own kind of model already. I think the school board is trying to move into that entity of looking at a model, particularly for teachers only, right now. But overall, taking those synergies together as different public agencies or public entities to try to advance housing development across multiple fronts. And then possibly implement a property tax incentive for market rate developers. This is a conversation we've had with the development committee, people who wouldn't mind building, various, market rate and affordable components in their developments around other things like schools or like fire stations and things of that nature. We think that there is some room there. And this is not from us, this is from listening to the development community saying, hey, this is an opportunity for us here. Tax credits, tax incentives, I think are always, a little carrot that we dangle. So something to consider that has not been done with market rate developers, particularly if the land component can be not of consequence anymore. Thinking of county-owned land or school board land or even other city-owned land. Next slide, please. Regulatory and process recommendations, often, right, we hear of, the red tape is in the way. What's preventing us? What's slowing us down? Time is money, right? And so we know that the city has done some consolidation over many years, trying to find ways to help make a more efficient approval process from a permitting standpoint. We support that as a Nest Commission and certainly recommend embracing pre-approved plans that allow for more efficient approval processes. The UDO, we know we talk about all the time. It's consistently a working document. Various text amendments continue to come up, but overall, we believe that looking at some of the right-of-way requirements to help kind of bolster or catalyze the development that the city wants, particularly around high-density areas and affordability related to those requirements. Specifically, what we're hearing, we have a few developers on our commission. They gave a wonderful presentation. Somehow we need to get that shared with you all. It really breaks down, let's look at a project, theoretically, right, of, hey, 70 doors, 100 doors, and go through not just the math equation of it, but also, hey, here's all the other things that no one sees in the background, right? The planning and design component of it, the right-of-way requirement components of it, what the UDO requires now versus what it didn't before the UDO was adopted. And we think there's some opportunities there to prioritize affordability by maybe creating various exceptions in certain areas. We're not saying have no trees on any development. That's not what we're saying. I want to be very clear about that. But we are saying, hey, you know, if an undeveloped lot is sitting in a weird kind of parcel shape, is there something that can be done that doesn't necessarily require the same amount of tree save or open space that would be required elsewhere in a traditional rectangular parcel format? Particularly if that developer or builder is wanting to help the city meet some of its affordability goals and place some affordable units in those things. Often, particularly when we're talking about not just rental, but home ownership as well, and building, you know, subdivisions and what we already have listed in the subdivision ordinance, we believe that there's some opportunities there to evaluate. To just create a smoother and more efficient process. And then also, this is more of a budgetary item, but we support the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission's recommendation around funding and implementing a dedicated review team, what they're calling kind of a concierge model, if you will. So I know the city's kind of tried to move to this one-stop shop space a little bit, but that can help developments incorporate affordability faster or create a fast-track process when someone does come with an affordability component. Next slide, please. Final recommendation on small business displacement. This was one of the last things in our work plan. There could probably be a whole commission on just this. We focused a lot on housing. 90% of the work that we've done over the 3 years has been around housing, affordability, and displacement as it relates to residents in their homes. But we can't speak to residents, being in their homes without also talking about the businesses around them that they support, or the businesses that help build these and help sustain these communities. There is a thing as small business displacement. It's not just about, single family homes being demolished and other, things being built on top of it. The business, plazas and shopping centers, age out and get redeveloped as well, and then therefore small businesses are displaced. I think the city's done a really great job, not just me, but the whole Nest Commission feels that the city's done a great job as it relates to promoting those small business resources, the corridors of opportunity, and the resources that have been, pumped into the corridors to help support not just residents, but also businesses are great. We think that there could be a better marketing activity towards that to help bolster more small business resources, certainly for those that actually need it the most. These are businesses in high and moderate areas of displacement, but these business owners still see value in these neighborhoods, often before other businesses see that. And so we should absolutely be supporting those businesses to stay where they are and not just be displaced once, neighborhoods develop in different ways and or gentrify. Prospectively, even, we're actually recommending expanding some of the geographic eligibility for some of these small business assistance programs that already exist. Again, often a lot of the access to capital programs and things are just for businesses in the corridors of opportunity currently. So it could be, hey, let's expand these corridors of opportunity. Street names change and then we cut it off sometimes, right? 7th Street is Monroe Road, but it's the same street. In a driving scenario, it is the same street. let me say that. I don't disagree with you. Trade Street is Beatty's Ford as well, but they aren't necessarily the same. So I acknowledge that. However, we do believe that there's sometimes, just like there's a missing middle in housing, there's a missing middle in business as well. And so the first price point business, can we say that? Is that a thing? You have the trademark on this, so we have to. But again, there could be a whole separate commission to make recommendations on this, but Nest did feel it necessary. We had a few business owners, myself included, on this commission that said, explore other initiatives and strategies to address and mitigate some of the pressures that small businesses feel the same way that, homeowners or renters feel when, various development pressures or gentrification pressures come to those communities. And that sits right in line with our, the full adopted anti-displacement strategy. In fact, there were 4 goals. This was the 4th goal that said, hey, while you're targeting, rooftops and making sure people have roofs over their heads, but we also want to make sure that people don't lose jobs and people don't lose opportunity, because that affected how the workforce is affected also affects housing. Next slide, please. So a few programmatic recommendations. We know we've come over the past 2.5, 3 years to you all with a variety. Think about, families inheriting property. Right? Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. And so when we think about these, families, heirs inheriting things, unfortunately, people will pass away. That's a guarantee, right? And property gets passed on. What happens? Things get tied up in probate court and all this, and, multiple family members, half of them didn't even know they were owning property anymore, all this stuff, and we end up with a tangled title, right? How do we clear it? Someone wants to sell, others don't, and so we think that there's a space there for the city to get a little bit involved. Intentionally with implementing a tangled title pilot program. Say that 5 times fast. And I'm looking for my, I highlighted something in here on that, but let's find it. Sorry. Where am I, Rebecca? Help me out. Here we go. Yep. Heirs Property Pilot Program. We could providing more assistance and resources to affordable housing developers, some who might even help facilitate some of these things, like if they're trying to, buy those properties, but also just for individual family members who are looking to, don't know what to do. Maybe they could acquire, repair and rehab the home, participate in the city existing programs that exist. Maybe they want to build an accessory dwelling unit on their property, but they got to get through the tangled title part of it. And so we have existing programs. We have people acquiring homes that they might not ever live in, that they will rent out, but they don't know the resources to use that already exist. And so we would recommend that the city look towards providing more assistance for that, implementing a tangled title program, and moving down the slide here, expanding that ADU program to maybe include some permitting costs for those rental property investors as well, or rental property heirs, we should say. And then, even if someone wanted to buy the home outright from their family members, depending on the price point and all that, if it falls within the down payment assistance kind of categories, perhaps they can participate in that as well. That's a bucket I think sometimes we don't look at. We're looking at new home buyers only sometimes, and not necessarily those inherited homes that people get and then don't know what to do with, might become blighted, when they could actually be activating that home and also supporting some of the affordability goals that the city has. That is, next slide, please. Oh, last slide. So sustainability, we know and we appreciate that this council particularly, and I could say for past councils, is using a variety of different lenses when we're looking at things. We're taking a displacement lens, or taking an equity lens, taking a sustainability lens, and so we highly encourage that to continue to prioritize and invest in anti-displacement efforts for the implementation for just cross-transformational mobility. So everything has this kind of intersectional component. Sustainability kind of falls in almost any bucket that you want to put it in, and so we continue to recommend that you prioritize that in any decision making you're making, particularly around housing for sure. Next slide. All right, so this is the summary. This council has already funded a variety of things that Ness has recommended. Again, I'll list them again, just from House Charlotte Plus, reinvestment, ADU pilot programming, acquisition, rehab, resale, small landlord assistance. So often it's all about who are the big developers coming in, right? Who's coming to get all those HTF funds, right, and everything. But what about the landlords that got a smaller portfolio? They're not building the 300-unit apartment complexes everywhere, but that's right. They're providing affordable housing and might have 8 doors, 10 doors, or whatever, in a neighborhood that is already experiencing, moderate and high displacement. And so those investments have been made. We will continue to ask and that you continue to make those investments for those programs, but also for these final recommendations, looking at, trying to make the process easier, certainly when people come with affordable component, and not forgetting about small businesses as it relates to that. I see our new workforce hire over there in the corner. So we want to be able to support businesses, support employees, the live, work, play model, the 10-minute neighborhood model that the city is all about, making sure that those businesses can stay there. And that is, it's more likely that those businesses then hire from those neighborhoods as well, and from those communities. And then, of course, taking that sustainability lens. There's no action to take here immediately. These would be things I imagine that Rebecca will continue to come forth with, and will continue to remind you of the anti-displacement strategy. That is a policy document for the council. But no actual money ask in this one today. But this is our summary. The Nest Commission, next slide. I think there's one more, is there not? No, that's it. Oh, thank you. Yeah. All right. So I guess we'll go final co-chair thoughts on it. This was at our final meeting last month. This group is really amazing across every community you can think of in Charlotte. South Charlotte to West Charlotte, Howie Acres. There's our Optimist Park one coming in right now. Angela Armbruss has been a full-timer, 3-year committed member. Thanks for being here. Also an Olivian board member, I believe. So she's everywhere. But this group, I will tell you, I have worked with a variety of community groups and neighborhood associations and neighborhood leaders and city-appointed board members for various other commissions and stuff. This was just a true delight to work with these members. This group was committed to coming in every other month, really, getting to the nitty-gritty of it, getting away from the minutia and the fluff and saying, how can we make an impact on this community? I want to thank the Housing and Neighborhood Services staff as well. I won't try to list them all because I'll forget somebody, but Rebecca and you and your team, and the well-deserved promotion that we'd like to take credit for at Nest as well. but to have the staff support and to have what I like to think of a pretty amicable committee in here for the most part. Y'all grilled us every now and then, but the 3 years went by quickly. But to be able to say, hey, there's tens of millions of dollars of investments that have come from this. There are people that are benefiting from it, and I know the Gov Channel's doing some video stuff to help document these things, and so that will be archived and I guess for the history books. But again, we thank you. I thank you for the appointment. I think all the committee members can, and I speak for Kim Graham as well, my co-chair, who I think is going to take a break from committees for a while because y'all have been seeing her for years. But we thank you, and if there are any questions, happy to entertain them.
I'm quite sure there will be questions, but I do want to give my colleagues a chance to introduce themselves who are online. We have both Councilmember Ajmira, who has a question, as well as Councilmember Renee Johnson, who had some technical difficulties earlier and was not able to hear us. So before you ask the question, if I can get Councilmember Johnson just to introduce herself if you're able to, and then I'll come to you, Councilmember Ajmira, where you can introduce yourself and ask your question. Councilmember Johnson.
Hi, this is Renee Johnson with District 4, and thank you for that presentation and the work that you all have done. Thank you.
Councilmember Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Justin, a great presentation, and thank you for all your hard work. Thanks to you and the entire commission. This feels like it was just yesterday when the Nest Commission was appointed, but it's been 3 years now, and look at all the work that you all have done. I mean, this is a legacy of starting with $100 million in bond referendum to anti-displacement commitment and so on. I certainly appreciated how the Nest Commission have really looked at this from outside of the box, right? We are looking at some of this I've never heard of twisted title, or am I
Tangled
title? Yeah, I mean, that's really creative. I think we got to explore that. But two things that I definitely would like us to further explore is regulatory constraints that a lot of businesses are operate under. In fact, at our earlier meeting, Councilmember Mayfield Brown and I are part of the budget committee. We discussed that from the childcare perspective and from affordable housing. So it's great to see we are pretty much hearing the same thing, where when we are out in the communities, when we talk to small business owners like yourself, Justine, we often hear red tape, right? We often hear about the permitting issues and so on. So I think if we can find a way to look at this holistically, that will not only address affordable housing crisis, but also childcare center availability and other businesses that are struggling with this. So we, in fact, discussed having a joint committee meeting with the county, because as you know, permitting, it is a collaborative effort with the county. So if we can figure out a way where we can look at this holistically and address some of the regulatory issues, and if we can eliminate red tape as much as possible, I think that will be a big win, not just for housing, but also for small businesses across the city. And certainly, Justin nailed it when he said that we got to do more for small businesses, right? We often talk about the big developers, the big companies, but let's be honest, majority of the jobs that are created in the city of Charlotte, it's because of the small businesses. And we got to figure out a way to support some of the small business owners who are actually providing affordable housing in our communities. A lot of these are small housing providers that have less than 3 to 5 units. So let's figure out a way as to how we can support them, because that helps us preserve affordable housing stock that currently exists. So I'm open to I'm open to these recommendations and implementing them as part of our next steps. So great work, Nest Commission. One thing we did talk about at our budget committee, because Tanya Jameson, who is the chair of the Equitable Development Commission, she actually did a report out on behalf of the commission. And we talked about just having you all informally as part of like our advisory team, right? I mean, I see you all as an extension of just helping us make our policy decisions, right? So whenever we are looking at, for an example, changes to the UDO, how would that impact affordable housing stock? I think having that expertise and would certainly be helpful as we are looking at making changes. So we talked about how this informal group will help us if there is a charge. So I think I would like to hear from you, Justin, if that's something you all would be open to from time to time when we have something come up. We want to hear from the industry, and I get it. You all have, I mean, you are a small business owner. You have Pete Graham, who represents apartment community. And then you have Angela, who is actually a real estate agent, and she's a small developer. So having that expertise is certainly very valuable as we are making some of these policy decisions. I would love to have your input along the way, and hopefully, this commission, the expertise doesn't end here.
Yeah, no doubt. I won't speak for the other 14 of them, but and their time commitment. But we thank you for receiving this. Personally, I'm happy to continue to be a part of anything that helps kind of just make our city better. I love this city. This is my adopted home for sure. You know me personally. I know many of you all personally. I would want to continue to help any way that we can for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Mr. Harlow, thank you, Madam Assistant Vice Chair. I appreciate you very much, all your hard work that you do on this committee. Mr. Harlow, thank you so much. This documentation was well presented, but the anti-displacement, that word is used a lot. And from a perspective of community and constituents, they don't think we're doing enough. And so just over the weekend, I heard this word being used, and we like to say that we're putting in anti-displacement so that we can make things better, but we got to push a little bit harder and do a little bit more. So thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to say that that word is used a lot, but what are we really doing to make sure that we are making sure that that does not occur? Thank you.
Thank you, and I agree with you.
So I want to be respectful of our time because we do have one other item, but there
Vice
was,
Chair Mayfield, may I make one closing comment?
yes, because I was getting ready to come to you, Rebecca.
Well, I
Saw
don't
your
want
hand
Justin
up.
to leave quite yet. I just wanted to take a moment.
don't leave yet.
For
I got questions.
staff to thank the Nest Commission. As Justin mentioned, this group was incredibly engaged, creative, and a lot of fun. I've worked with a lot of resident commissions in my nearly 15 years at the city, and this was an incredible experience to be able to make changes and impacts along the way. This report, and if I could, this report is not, here's what we said after 3 years, now go see what you can do. With council's support and investment, we've been able to activate so much of this work along the way. I want to just mention that you do have an invitation in your inbox to the Nest Commission reception that we are hosting to thank the Nest Commission members and all of the staff who participated. So please take a look. We would love to have you join us if you're able to attend.
13th.
November 13th. Great.
Thanks.
Was that any additional information, Ms. Heffernan? Okay, so a couple of things that jump out for me. One, I want to thank the Nest Commission for the work that you all have done. You're helping us create the language that we need. The manager and I had our meeting last week, and without me even knowing, several of the things that you have in here are things that we were talking about, and because they're things that fall in line of conversations I've had for a number of years. I'm happy to see you carve out the space for small businesses, because that is a challenge. Every day we're hearing of another small business that is having to close its doors because they are being priced out of the building. How do we create more opportunities, including the fact that we have identified some areas like along right off Wilkinson Boulevard, we have the new co-housing spaces, and we're looking at other ways of supporting that, but recognizing that it is very important that we look at that missing middle for business as well. The manager and I also had specific conversations regarding heirs property, because as you mentioned, you can have grandmother passed away. One family member took care of grandma, took care of the home, did all the maintenance, repairs, everything on the home, but grandma never, or granddad never updated the paperwork. So now other family members are saying, well, we both own this even though I've never put anything into it. So how do we keep that? Because still for us in the United States, other countries, they figure out other ways, because other countries it's heavily rental versus home ownership, because they figure out ways for people to build wealth. That is still the main way we build wealth. So I'm glad to hear that there is a clear recommendation of how we help you maneuver, especially if you're interested in having that property stay in the family but be a rental property, because it's in an area where that home they may have paid X for 50 years ago, but it's now surrounded by homes that are triple the cost and already has no investment that has come in. So I'm really excited about how Housing and Neighborhood Services, how we're going to work together, and I'm also happy that some of these recommendations tie in with what Rebecca, Warren, Miles, and I have already been talking about regarding our Faith in Housing initiative. When we talk about who has access to land, for us, school land is more difficult because we have to buy it outright, but when we're working with our religious partners and our religious institutions that have access to land, we're having some very good conversations. And if the community comes out overwhelmingly tomorrow and it's added to what's been happening in the last 2 weeks to support the recommendation of the 100 million, we also have recommendations of not doing 50% more of the same thing we've been doing. We have some very creative opportunities moving forward to try to address some of these, but I second Councilmember Ajmira's comments of having you all close by to help us with the language is going to help, because this isn't to open a space for a power grab. It's really the opportunity to build the type of community that we know we want and need. Unless there's any other questions, Councilmember Johnson, did you have any questions on this? I did not see your hand up, but I did not want to miss this opportunity.
I appreciate it, Councilmember Mayfield. I would just echo what Councilmember Ajmira and all of you have said. It's been an honor to work with this committee. I appreciate the creative solutions, and I look forward to continued collaboration. These issues keep reoccurring. When we talk about the need to support businesses, we talk about that in zoning meetings. So these issues are just all of the same. So these are our priorities. I think the Nest Commission has done a great job in supporting our priorities, and I'm looking forward to continued support of their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And with that, for the commission members that are here, thank you so much for joining us. And we are going to jump right into our Choice Neighborhoods and the Living Partnership update. Thank you for coming, Mr. Meacham, to bring an update to us as you make your way to the front. And I am turning this over to Mr. Warren Wooten. Yay!
Thank you for that very excited introduction. Thank you, committee members, for having us. You're going to hear from us a two-part presentation on just an update from our great partner at Enlivian, Mr. Meacham. And then we're going to go into an exciting grant opportunity that the city and Enlivian have been working on together for some time. So with that,
Thank you, Warren.
my partner in crime, Mr. Meacham.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you so much for giving Enlivian the opportunity to present today. Enlivian has been providing affordable housing to the most vulnerable residents of Charlotte, North Carolina for the last 85 years. It is indeed an honor to continue that legacy of working with the city to ensure Charlotte truly does have housing for all. We'll go to the next slide. So our mission, create innovative housing solutions in desirable communities for residents of diverse incomes and facilitate access to services to help them succeed. What does that really mean? I want to focus on a couple of things. So first, desirable communities. When you think of that, I really want you to be thinking about housing areas of opportunity, right? How are we helping our families move into areas of opportunity, or how are we creating place-based strategies to kind of change and create more opportunities in areas that don't presently have them? The second one I want you to think through is diverse incomes. Most people have thought of the housing authority as only for low-income families, right? This public housing model of the past, it used to be concentrated poverty. Everybody that is in one specific socioeconomic group living together. We have seen what that has done, right? The Chetty study has talked about it very specifically from the standpoint of basically putting people in that situation really limits their ability to economic mobility. So we're changing that model from public housing now to more of a diverse price point housing that we talked about, or mixed income housing. And then finally, services to help them succeed. At the end of the day, that's what we want our residents to do, is succeed. But it does require supports. Right now we have life coaches that help our families kind of work through issues that maybe prevent them from going to work. That might be childcare, education, transportation. You also have seniors that we work with, right? And those are things, how do you live and age with dignity? How do you age in place? And nutrition programs and those type of things is what we provide. Next slide. So talking about the people we serve, this various backgrounds with diverse incomes and needs, just breaking out our demographics right now, we have roughly 11,990 families that we serve. As you can see, they range from market rate to the extremely low income. That would be the 30% and below income. 75% of our population is the 30% and below. We're not getting out of that business. This is our focus. We're actually serving more 30%ers than we ever have before. But we want to make sure that this council knows is that we are really focused on how to create more 30%, but just in a different capacity, a different way. And the reason why we need to do that, if we can turn to the next slide. Presently, right now in Charlotte, about 46% of the population is paying more than 30% of their rent as well as utilities in rent, right? Roughly $62,000 a year it costs to actually be able to afford an apartment here. And why is that happening? Basically, you have 105 people moving here a day. Demand is extremely high. Charlotte's a great place to live, no question about it, but when you don't have the supply, that just pushes up the cost, right? And if you're a minimum wage worker here in Charlotte, you need to have a rent of $386 a month. You cannot find that anywhere in Charlotte unless it is a subsidized unit, right? And guess who has the most subsidized units in Charlotte? In Livian, okay? Next slide, please. But even with those subsidies that we have, right, predominantly the housing choice voucher, there are barriers to this, right? The federal government has, in the last couple of years, increased the number of special purpose vouchers, right? What are those? Those are for specific populations like veterans, persons with disabilities, maybe homeless families. But there hasn't been an infusion of a large-scale voucher issuance in the last 50 years. So Charlotte is growing and has been growing, but we've been stuck with roughly 5,000 housing choice vouchers for the same length of time over the last 50 years, okay? And so again, what does that mean? That means at the end of the day that probably about 1 out of 4 people that actually need a housing choice voucher can actually get a housing choice voucher. Next slide. So the Livian strategy, housing redefined. First, this is our acting secretary, Secretary Todman, and we were at a conference, and this conference with residents across the country, resident councils across the country, and she came and visited us. We also had, maybe more importantly, a guest speaker, Councilwoman Brown, who was a keynote speaker there, who did a fantastic job. I just want to thank you publicly for giving us your time that day and really inspiring a lot of the residents that were there. Next slide. If we can go to the next one, because I think this is not in order. Yes. So our strategy. So build a healthy housing continuum with our family of companies. So right now, when we're talking about the unhoused, we're housing right now through our Housing Choice Voucher Program about 1,100 families that were formerly unhoused. Okay, that's a part of the strategy. As we continue to move up that affordable housing continuum, again, the LIHTC model, and thank the Council for the Housing Trust Fund that we definitely hope to get to $100 million. Again, that's one more step in the link of the housing continuum that we think needs to be shored up, because again, people need pathways out of poverty. So I heard earlier when we were talking about the Nest Commission that we started talking about this missing middle, right? And people are sometimes asking in Livian, why are you in the development of maybe market rate housing and housing at 80%? Well, people need pathways out of subsidized housing. If you don't have a pathway or a healthy continuum and no workforce housing, it just bogs down the rest of it. So I have residents right now that are working, right, making $40,000 a year, but they still really can't afford a market rate unit. If we have workforce housing, that gives them a pathway out of that. When we're doing the development, we're also making sure that families that have our housing choice voucher, when we do development, they're also accepted in those apartments that we build. I think we know there's still a source of income discrimination in the city. And again, that only continues to bottleneck that flow of families being able to choose truly where they want to live and move out of subsidized housing. Again, to market rate housing, and then finally home ownership. Okay, home ownership. We have 180 families that we've helped through to receive home ownership through our Destination Home Ownership Program. And all of these programs are supported by our core supportive services because, again, asking individuals to go to work is one thing, but making sure that they have the skill set to go to work is where the rubber meets the road, right? And we help families with, again, the things we said before, childcare, education, transportation. What are your barriers, right, to help them actually go from, in some cases, homelessness to being the American dream of home ownership? So next slide, just talking through some of the, let's go back one, yes. Talking about some of the strategies that we're using that incorporate this housing continuum, this healthy housing continuum, and supports the city's goal of housing for all. Again, we're preserving, we're developing, and we're partnering with others to create affordable housing opportunities for families here in Charlotte. Since 2019, we've created 1,273 new apartments for families that are living here in Charlotte. We have a preservation of First Ward, which was our first Hope 6 project. We've done phase 1 of that. Again, all of the projects here, roughly, the city has given $9 million in housing trust funds to make these particular deals work. We want to thank you for that. The Gaston and North End, which was formerly Delahaye Courts, 144 apartments there that are standing right now. Trella Uptown is being built, so I hope you see that on North Tryon and 8th Street. It's going up right now. We should start occupying it in the end of 2025. Again, this is a true mixed income deal where you have 353 apartments. It's a 70-30 deal. 70% of it is market rate, 30% is affordable. We have 30%ers in there as well. Really creating what we're talking about when we're saying this housing continuum and creating housing for all, right? In one building in Uptown that's close to the rail, close to job centers, low crime, great schools. That's where we're focused. And then finally, partnership with Cross and Southeast with Evoke Living and Ballantyne. Again, a high opportunity area that we're working with Crossland in creating their 60 apartments there that are between 30 and 80% of very median income. Again, in a high opportunity community. It does matter where people live. It does matter. And so we have to be focused and intentional about creating housing in these higher opportunity communities and or creating more resources in some of the areas that may be impacted. Next slide. And now, what you're seeing here is a depiction of the former Hall House and what Trella Uptown will be. But this is where I'll stop and open it up for some Q&A before I turn it over to my partner.
I will start with my colleagues online. Do I have any hands up? Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
Brown.
I'm so sorry. Councilwoman Brown, I'm looking at you and still saying Renee.
I love Councilmember Johnson, but it's okay. It's fine. But I'm Councilmember Brown for the
Yes,
record. She knows who I am. It's just a joke. Thank you so much, Mr. Meacham. It's a joy to hear you talk about and live in for me, because I come from Charlotte Housing Authority and I know what it meant, the concentrated areas, all of the language that you use, plus working with you and being tough with you, up close and personal, being at meetings with you, interacting, learning what Enlivian has done, and just to learn all the work that you're doing. So I'm impressed with it, with the work that I see. If there's a question, you know I'm gonna come to you, send you an email, call your phone, whatever, but I love what I hear. I love the work that's happening. This is what I truly said when I ran for office. I said I want people to be able to live wherever they want to live in our city. And I think Enlivian gives them an opportunity to do that. We just need to continue to expand. Of course, there's always a need for more money, but I would love to see that, because it truly gives people the opportunity to live in whatever zip code they want to live in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Meacham, thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate, even though we haven't gotten to that slide yet, you're adopting my language from many
Diverse
years
price
ago.
points. Oh, yes.
Sir,
Oh,
from
yes.
many years ago. And I appreciate you touching on the question that has been asked in community regarding why Enlivian is stepping into the space where there is market rent in there, and recognizing that to have a truly diverse community, then you need to have the different price points in there, because what we're not trying to do is what was done so many years ago, and that is creating a building that has only lower income wage earners in there. It's not sustainable long-term.
No.
And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we got to have long-term commitments if we're going to be contributing. I know an ask is coming. I already
You know it, right?
But I also need you to recognize, one, we are waiting on the community to overwhelmingly come out and say yes to 100 million.
Yes.
But there are a lot of asks out there. So even with 100 million, what will be great is for our corporate community to come to the table, of which the conversations are starting. So those who are already at the table having these discussions, I want to publicly thank you. But just as we once had the corporate community step up when we initially went from 25 million to 50 million, they matched that 50 million. We're now saying, hey, we need you to match this 100 million because we can get a lot more done that way, and it frees us up some. I do also appreciate you breaking down the numbers and letting us know that 180 families through destination home ownership, because some people don't know that you can use your vouchers
Yes.
to go towards
Purchase a home.
purchase a home. Now, here's the question I have, since the federal government really has not expanded over now 50 years, plus additional vouchers, for those families that are able to purchase and utilize that voucher, does that voucher stay with them, or does that voucher come back into the system?
It stays with them for the term of the mortgage and then comes
Okay.
back into the system.
Oh, wonderful. So if they were to pay off their 30-year mortgage early, because now they're in the ownership,
Then they
because
drop back.
also we've given them the ability to combine down payment assistance programs, and we possibly have worked to get them in a house that is not at today's market rate, so they very well could in 20, 25 years, or even the 30, pay it off, and then that voucher can come back into the system.
Correct.
That is really great information.
We do not lose the vouchers just because somebody bought a home.
Gotcha.
So the voucher does stay with them,
Yes.
but it stays with them through the life
Of the
of their
mortgage.
mortgage. And then once that mortgage pays, because now you are a homeowner with no mortgage,
Exactly.
then that voucher comes back into the system. My colleagues, Councilmember Ajmira, I see you have your hand up. Mr. Meacham, again, thank you. And to all of the staff that may be watching and who are joining us, and board members for Enlivian, thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm going to be cautious when I hear what this ask is. Councilmember Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Meacham, it's great to see you. I appreciate the work that Enlivian does to help provide housing to over 25,000 families in our city. As a former board member, I have seen firsthand the work that you have done and the leadership that you have provided to help us tackle our affordable housing crisis. I appreciate it. I look forward to reviewing your ask. As Councilmember Mayfield has said, Council is constantly trying to balance multiple priorities, right? Multiple asks of our Housing Trust Fund and other funding sources. So I look forward to reviewing that. I also would like to highlight that I appreciate a level of transparency where traditional funding has disappeared for housing authorities across the nation when it comes to rehabbing or improving existing housing stock, where housing authorities have found innovative ways to help fund some of those projects. So I appreciate how under your leadership, the agency moved to work agencies where we have provided supportive services. I would like to encourage you to continue to do that, where there are creative ways for Housing Authority to continue to produce and renovate our existing affordable housing stock through development fees that you have done in the past. I would like to hear if there are any other ways that you all have found to continue to increase funding for affordable housing.
Okay. For affordable housing, the main mechanism right now is the low-income housing tax credit. So we've really utilized the low-income housing tax credit. I would say most housing authorities across the country, that is the way that we've been creating, or in a lot of cases, preserving affordable housing. But we are, and again, the Housing Trust Fund, I can't say how important the Housing Trust Fund is to Enlivian, I think, and all of the developers that are doing affordable housing, because there are some cities that don't have that. There's some municipalities that don't have that, and without it, there's no way for us maybe to cover the gap. So we just want to thank you for that, because I tell people all the time, affordable housing isn't affordable to create, right? There's no such thing as affordable bricks, affordable concrete, right? Affordable wood. I mean, all of that is market rate. So it really does take, public investment to cover that gap and make sure that really in a city as prosperous as Charlotte, we really do have housing for all. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchum.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashmira. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Meacham, I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. When we talk about creative solutions, I just want to applaud you, because we know that you carry the burden. It's hard to be creative when the facts are what they are, the numbers are what they are. We can't pretend that minimum wage is not $7.25 in this state, or that SSI is not more than $900 in a city where the average rent for one bedroom is what, $1,400? So I applaud you for the work that you do. Know on this council that you always have a yes vote from me, because your work is so important. Thank you for the work that you've led and done on the source of income discrimination. You are housing our most vulnerable population, that 30%. And, I'm always going to fight for those. I know that the goal is the mixed use housing, but we have a deficit. And you are the number one solution and driver in meeting that deficit. So thank you. Your work is a blessing to so many people, and I'm honored that you're here and continue to do the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So now I feel like we're getting ready to step into this ask.
Yes.
Would you like it?
So
Would you
the
like
next
to share
slide,
something?
the next
It's a
slide
yes.
we had, well, it's the city's goal. It's not our goal. It's the city's goal, right? Neighborhood diversity and inclusion, and a great opportunity that we have for a choice neighborhood grant application that the city and the Housing Authority can work on. And I definitely want to turn it over to my partner in crime, Warren Wooten.
Thank you, Mr. Meacham. Thank you, council members. The good news, Ms. Mayfield, is that there's no ask tonight. We're just providing information tonight.
Being clear. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having us. Go ahead and go to the next slide. As Mr. Meacham said, we're now going to drill down into a specific grant application that the city and Enlivian in partnership, equal partnership, have been working on together. I think that we first started talking about this maybe 2 summers ago. Yes. These are very large applications to put together, and they take many months to work on. So let's talk about what we've been working on. It's a Choice Neighborhoods grant application, and the branding for it is the Next in North End. You can see that logo up there, talking about what is next in North End for the Delahaye Court site. So next slide, please. So what is Choice Neighborhoods? And I think many people in the room and listening online will be familiar with some of the great work that happened in Charlotte around the Hope 6 program. We have several great Hope 6 projects that took place in Charlotte. And really, Choice Neighborhoods is kind of the next iteration of the Hope 6 grant. So that's what it is, and it's primarily focused on the redevelopment of severely distressed public housing sites, creating new inclusive neighborhoods, mixed income neighborhoods that provide value not just to that public housing site, but to the entire community around that area. Next slide, please. So why Delahaye and why now? And I think that there's a lot of overlapping goals and objectives that have happened over the last several years that make the iron hot to strike on this project. We're all aware of this area of the North Graham corridor area and what's been going on out there. And what we've just seen is a lot of change. There's a lot of change that's been going on out there. There's a lot of investment that's been going in. And there are a lot of overlapping goals and objectives that can be achieved by combining what you're already working on out there with your corridors of opportunity with a Choice Neighborhoods grant application. So what have you been working on? That's on the next slide. So this is your corridors of opportunity approach, an approach that council's really trying to drive economic and social mobility through the stacking of our capital investments in these corridors. So these are your business investments that you've been working on in these corridors. These are your infrastructure. This is Vision Zero. And this is your affordable housing investments, along with those anti-displacement investments that Councilwoman Brown pointed out that we need to be doing more of. So that's what's been going on with your corridors approach. And next slide. Just want to give a quick overview. I know that some of that's hard to see, and we have zoom ins on these so that you can see them. The large outside boundary there, that's your corridor boundary. So that's where you're doing the corridor investment. What you'll see when I zoom in, the yellow highlighted parcels, that is the Delahaye Courts location. And then the blue boundary that's around that, that's the Choice Neighborhoods geography. And you'll see that they all overlay. And so the corridors and the CI geography, not only do these geographies align geographically, but they also align in approach. The things that you are trying to do inside of your corridors approach is exactly the things that score you points and get you funded in doing a Choice Neighborhoods application. They're looking at a focus on people. They're looking to focus on mixed income and affordable housing. They're looking at what are you doing around economic mobility. So it makes a lot of sense to apply for this now because you were already doing those things inside of the Graham Street corridor through this work. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So again, this is the Delahaye Court site. This is the program site. This will be the primary focus for housing investments through the grant application. I'd just like to point out that along with the Delahaye sites, you have the Gaston that's right there north to the site. That's a built project. That's an investment that you've already done and really is a phase one investment into the Choice Neighborhoods approach. And then I also wanted to show you the Atrium site. That site is a site that Enlivian, in partnership with Atrium, has worked a land swap deal that would become part of the housing investment into this approach. And then if you'll go to the next slide. So what is Choice Neighborhoods in detail? So you see the Choice Neighborhoods geography. You may ask, well, Warren, how did that geography get selected? Choice Neighborhoods is very prescriptive. And they have a mapping tool that lets you see how your site will score when it is assessed by HUD, and that is the highest scoring geography that city staff, along with our consultants, was able to identify. And it's a great location because you are already doing a lot of investments in this area. It's a three-part plan. It's the housing plan that really focus on the specific housing investments in terms of the numbers of units, the types of units, and the location that they'll be placed and invested in. There's also a community plan, so it's not just the site, it's what are the other things that you're doing in this project location already. So these are your street alignment projects, these are your economic investments, these are all of the work that you're doing around intersections. All of these things would be part of your neighborhood plan, which is really focused on how do you create both public and private spaces that connect people and places, and that create social economic mobility and provide a healthy living environment. That's what the neighborhood plan piece of this is. And then finally, it's the people plan, because we know that places are places because people are there, right? And so the people plan focuses on investing in the economic mobility components of the entire neighborhood, but with a specific focus on those past residents of Delahaye, specifically identifying them and meeting needs to help them with economic mobility. And Fulton and the Livian team have already done a great job of having several charrettes and meetings with that group moving up to this to get their feedback, not only on what we're doing on that site, but ways that they can be supported through economic and social mobility. Next slide, please. So again, I think I started off by saying that this is a partnership. These grants are designed to be applied in partnerships between housing authorities and their partner local governments. So it would be a joint and Livian City of Charlotte application. EJP is the lead consultant contracted under Livian. EJP is nationally recognized for successfully writing these types of Choice Neighborhoods grants. And then you'll see that we have several sub-consultants under this. Just want to stop here and say that while you often see me up here talking, I do not do all of this work, and I certainly don't do any of it myself. Arian Chantry and Aaron Gillespie with corridors and planning are here, who have been primary leads on bringing this project forward. Allison was here earlier supporting us along with Monica. It's truly on the city side, it's been a collaborative approach with corridors, planning, and HNS staff all working on this project together, along with our great partners from Livian. Next slide, please. All right, Ms. Mayfield, here it is. So the opportunity in front of us is that if we are awarded the maximum amount from HUD, is a $50 million award to move a project like this forward. The cost to do business, to put an application in, is between $150,000 and $250,000. And then, as you can see, there's considerable leverage that is needed on the bottom of the slide. So when you add that together, it's over $100 million, so it's like a 2-for-1 match. And there's just two things that I want to point out to you here. A lot of this match you've already provided through investments that you're already making through your CIP. This is not all new dollars, although some of it would be new dollars because there would be new housing investments. A lot of what you see here, and again, why we're bringing this to you now is because of the approach that we've been working on, where you're already making investments in this corridor, and those investments are eligible for these types of match. What these specific projects will be and what their specific asks will be, we're still working on all of that. We're just not there yet. The other thing that I want to point out is that this is not a 1-year or 2-year or 4-year program. These are large, long, transformational programs, and the typical period for investment is an 8-year investment. Just to give you some idea of size, we've been talking with our consulting partners around the housing investments, and I believe on the low end, we've been talking about 600 units with a possible of a much higher number of unit investments. So that's not 1 or 2 or 3 housing developments. That's 6, 7, or 8 housing investments over an 8-year period that you would be looking at through this type of approach. But not sugarcoating it. It is a large investment that you'd be looking at. So what are the next steps? That's the next slide. There have been several community workshops that we've been working with. Many of those have been focused on engaging specifically with the Delahaye residents that were last on site as a requirement of the grant applications. Again, I wanted to point out that this grant is a very large grant with lots of requirements, and we've been working through those requirements systematically. Starting in January and through spring of 2025, we would start having larger community conversations about what the community would like to see there, what kinds of public spaces they'd like to see, how these investments would look, and what would be the key partners on the development and on the community side in terms of services and construction that would go on. So a lot of conversation to happen in the first part of 2025. And then going into the summer, finalizing that final housing density and unit mix. Again, that's something that we've been working on with our consultants, but putting together those 3 pillar plans: the housing plan, the people plan, and then the overall plan for the neighborhood. That would all be combined into a single choice neighborhoods application, and our earliest option to submit would be summer of next year.
Summer of next year?
Yes, summer 2025. And final slide there is just some links. To get more information, you can follow those QR codes to find out more information about the Choice Neighborhoods program and the website that we have set up talking more about the Next and North End application, our specific application. That is my last slide. And
Thank you very much for that. This time, I'm going to kick it off. If we can go back 3 slides, back to 19, I want you to explain it a little more for me, Warren.
19?
So this is the right slide. This 81.25 million.
Correct.
For housing. And you were saying that is what where's that money coming from?
We don't, these are the amounts of match to award maximum points that we would need to identify sources for. So we have not done that work yet because we haven't fully developed out the housing plan. But as we do that, we will then identify what the match amounts will need and possible sources. And there are lots of different things that can go into these. It can be existing match. It can be low-income housing tax credit leverage. There are a lot of different ways that these can be brought together. But we were showing you what the maximum levels of match that we would need to score on this application would be. So again, that's why there's not a specific ask to the city yet, because we don't know what the specific ask will be.
Okay, so for clarification, the 81.25 million, that is a combination over the 8-year
Over the 8-year
So that
period.
could be through our CDBG, that could be through LIHTC, 4%, 9%, different projects, not one, but what we're seeking is this $50 million grant, knowing that probably the actual cost to redevelop Delahaye Court is going
Much higher.
to be
Much
a
higher,
lot
correct.
more than that.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How many current units, and this question is for you, Mr. Meacham, how many current units do we have at Delahaye Court?
None. So
Okay.
Delahaye,
It's been completely vacant. We have no current.
no current units. But just to answer Councilwoman Brown's question about displacement, when we raised Delahaye, we made sure that those families knew that they had the right to return. as well as we gave them relocation assistance, normally through the Housing Choice Voucher Program, so families were able to find housing throughout the city. We also had some of our own properties that we made available to them. The biggest thing here is, though, that residents have choice, right? They can choose to come back, or they can choose to stay with their Housing Choice Voucher. In a lot of cases, families choose to live with the Housing Choice Voucher because basically they move into a single-family home in most situations. But the great thing about when we're doing development is those families really, for the first time in their life, get an opportunity to choose. Our board believes in that, making sure that they have those type of opportunities. And so when we come back here, those families, so there'll be 100, so just give you a number, a rough number. 100 of those families that were there will have the opportunity to come back, but it'll be their choice.
So will they have first right?
First rights of refusal, yes.
Thank you. So we got about 100. Because the other thing, of which it is all in how you create the process. If we were to move forward and meet all the requirements and receive the 50 million to get started, I have always had a concern of making sure and too many ribbon cuttings over the years where I have a conversation and the person just moved here 6 months ago.
Right.
So,
you're talking about
and
both jobs as well as the opportunity to live there.
Yes, and when we're looking at the opportunities, I appreciate the fact that the families, and I am making an assumption, which you should never do, because if it's not in writing, it's not real. The family members, so the surviving members of the family, the child that may have grown up there but was still there as a teenager,
Yes.
that may be a little older, that it flows to them as well, being that first right. Because some of our residents who were in Delaware courts are not with us any longer, but their children or their grandchildren are. And we have, in my opinion, and again, opinion, do what you will with it, we owe the legacy. We need to take responsibility and accountability for what was once created. So it will be helpful to know if not that individual who was once there, if one of their family members were able to be relocated, and if we reach out to them, for them to have the ability for that same first right of return.
I'll look into that.
Because that really would speak to the legacy and the history of Delahaye and the impact of what government once did that created the challenges in Delahaye Court. Other than that, I do appreciate the transparency on what we would need to do for that match, and that we're having the beginnings of the conversation, and it's not really a ask today. It is really for information, even though I know my colleague is ready to say yes. We don't need that yes
Yes.
right now. We don't need that yes just yet. But I
Not
do
yet.
appreciate
But thank
you
you
all
for-
bringing it. But I do think that we have a hands up. Do I have Councilmember Johnson? Okay, you
I
ain't
just
have your
wanted to
hand
say
up. You
yes.
ain't have your hand up. You ain't have. Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
No, I'm kidding, but I'm serious. I'm supportive. I trust Mr. Meacham and also Mr. Wooten. They've led us in our success in being able to provide the solutions that we have. So I look forward to reviewing and supporting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
She said that.
Councilmember Ajmira, you are a trooper. You need to get off and go enjoy your anniversary. Again, happy 6th anniversary.
anniversary.
Thank you for staying in with us. Did you have any questions or comments regarding this piece?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate it.
Enjoy your anniversary night. Councilmember Brown.
I'm good.
Thank you, gentlemen, for
you.
the information. We look forward to receiving an update. Mr. Meacham, did you have anything additional?
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to Rebecca, Sean, Warren. Y'all have a phenomenal team. It's easy to work with them. I don't hear that from all my housing authorities across the country, so I want to thank you for that. They're a great resource. Thank you for my board member, for being here tonight, as well as Stacy Bridges, who's our strategic analyst. Because we can't do this alone, so thank you so much.
I would love to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Thank you all. For those of you that are on the road for our 6 o'clock, please be safe. And thank you for attending today's Housing Safety and Community meeting.